morning, everybody. Hi. Hi. Just checking out the chat. How is everyone? Happy Saturday. Well, let's see. I'm not sure if I have you guys yet. Hello?
Down by the Kennecott snowstorm where you go on the way to Tooele.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi, guys. Hello. How is everybody? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Saturday. Oh my gosh, so excited to be with you guys. I tell you, this every other week thing is killing me with life, right? It's so weird. I always feel like I don't always feel like I miss you guys. I miss you guys, but it's just bizarre. Feels like it has been forever since we've been together. And really, it's only been 2 weeks, right? I think we were last together on the 4th. Would that be right? 14th? Yeah, the 4th. So June 4th, we were together, and here we are on June 18th. So welcome. For those of you that are new or haven't been here before, or haven't met me, welcome. My name is Lael Kankar, and I have a business called Lael by Mail. I, pre-pandemic, would travel all over the world teaching all kinds of classes, scrapbooking classes, mini books, traveler's notebooks, planners, all of those kinds of things. And the pandemic hit, and that very first Saturday, I decided I would do a little video on YouTube about traveler's notebooks. Well, here we are more than 2 years later, and on Saturdays when I'm in town, this is what we do. So we get together here on my YouTube channel, and we do what I like to call creative listing. So usually a couple days before, on Thursdays, I will put the 3 list topics that we'll be doing on Saturday on my blog at laelbymail.com, and we just list. So I provide the list topics, and some people will list right along with me. So some of you are listing with me today. Others of you are working on other crafty related projects. Some of you are just working. Some of you are cleaning house. Some of you are driving. Whatever it is you're doing, we just kind of like to get together and hang out and have fun. So that is what we are doing here. Welcome if you haven't been here before. As we get going, a lot of the products that I use, well, this is so fun and exciting, I can say are either my own products that I've developed, which is, again, pre-pandemic, wasn't even a glimmer in my eye, so that's been kind of exciting. And if they're products that aren't mine, but that I'm using, generally you'll see links to those in the description box of the video down below. So over the last couple of weeks, I changed a couple things to try to make it a little bit easier for you to find the products that I'm working with. There's now a page on my website that says what I'm using. And so I've linked to that in the description box of the video down below. So you can just click that and it will take you. It'll always be the majority of what I am using during our session on a Saturday. Sometimes I'm like, oh, I want to use this. And if I didn't plan, then it's not there. But anyhow, so you can pretty much find whatever I'm using if it's something that you're interested in. Okay, deep breath. So if you are new, welcome. Now, those of you that have been here with me once, twice, 3 times, that makes me want to sing, but you know I don't sing. My friend Vicky sings. I can't do it. So, well, I could do it, but you don't want to hear it. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. I think that is Lionel Richie, I think. So I should probably mention a few things because it's happening right now. Number 1, I squirrel. I go off on tangents, and it's just part of my personality. And what you see here is what you get. This is just me, my personality. So I can't like turn it on and off. Even though I try sometimes, can't turn it on and turn it off. So I'll squirrel, I'll get off tangent. Yeah, and now I've totally lost my train of thought. So whatever. But for those of you that have been with me once or twice or 3 times, however many times, some of you have been here with me every Saturday over the last 2 years. Welcome to you too, because I love having you back. As we get going, and I'm going to just turn my eyes over here so I can look at what's happening in the chat. So if you're watching live, there is a live chat that also takes place. The chat is not really, I mean, you can type, you can't talk, but I can talk. You guys can't talk. Well, you can talk to yourselves, but you can't talk to each other unless you're together. See, that's one of those weird tangents. Oh, I know the other thing I was going to say. Pretty much if it's in my head, it just comes out my mouth. So just know that sometimes there are weird things I say that don't really make sense, but that's who I am. Anyhow, so in the live chat, that's where I get a chance to kind of catch up with you guys, because you can catch up with me. I talk all the time. But that's where I get a chance to talk, kind of catch up with you guys. And that's also where you guys get a chance to catch up with each other. So that chat is always very lively. If you are new here or you're more of a lurker and you don't usually pop in the chat, just pop in and say hi. It's such an amazing bunch of people that are always here. with the exception, I must have hit some kind of threshold with YouTube or something that I am on the radar of some trolls. And the last couple of times, I just have to apologize in advance. There's nothing we can do. The last couple of times, there have been one or two people that have popped in and start sharing some really bad words that none of us want to hear or read. So just know I will watch for that. If you guys watch for that, I can block them as soon as I see them, but just know that that's, I don't know, one of my friends was saying, well, that must mean you hit it big because now the trolls are on you, whatever. No, but I don't know why they find us. It's like, I'm like just a bunch of middle-aged, at least me. I'm like a middle-aged crafter. You don't want to be on my channel, trying to promote your bad things, right? Yes, block and report. That's super important. Okay, so back to the chat for a second. That's where I can kind of catch up with you guys. So this is where I get to look and say hi and see who's here. Terry, hi Terry, and Gerda and Kathy. Joe Disney fan. I know, the darn trolls, right? Oh, Kim, thank you. Kim said, hey, everyone like this video. Yeah, if you would give the video a thumbs up, that is super important. That is the one way that you can support anyone that you follow on social media, on YouTube, on Instagram, Pinterest, TikTok. I don't do TikTok, Facebook, whatever. Follow and like, follow and like. Even if you don't want to follow, even if you just like, that is a super easy way for you to support people like me because we need your support. All right, so hi Scrappy Matilda, hi Cindy. So I saw this before I started. Planner mother of 3 from Stockholm, Sweden. I think you said you are new, right? So you are. It's always I love having everyone, but it's always fun when we have some of our international friends because different times of day, right? And I know on Saturdays sometimes it's hard for you in different parts of the world because it's especially if you're down under. I think it's like 15-hour time difference and whatever it is, but love having everyone, but it's always fun to see new folks pop in and also those of you that live international. So welcome. Oh, Scrappy Matilda, look at that. Said, my first order from you is on the way to a friend in the US and she'll send it over to me in Sweden. I love that. Yes, because fortunately, I can't ship to the EU or the UK because of the silly tax laws they put into place last year that make it very difficult for small business in the US to get our products to you guys. So I love that you came up with a workaround, Scrappy Matilda. Hi, Judith K. Nice to see you. All right, you guys. So we've got Linda from the Netherlands. We have Scrappy Matilda, and then we have Planner Mama 3, both from Sweden. Is that right? Now, wouldn't it be funny if I said, do you guys know each other? Because I know Sweden's a bigger place, but you're both crafty, so maybe, right? Okay, guys. Darn it, Joe. Okay, so I just read Joe's comment. If you're in the Lail by Mail Facebook group, I posted, I think last week and then again this morning that Tim Holtz was releasing a new ink color today. And I've been hoping for a mint green, like a really good mint green for a really long time. And Joe, thank you, Joe, for letting us know. Joe popped in and said, sorry, Lail, the new distressed color is a blue, not mint green. There's a lot of blues. No, I didn't see it because I think he did his at 10 Mountain Time. So I haven't seen it, but I know I'll get it because Uncharted Mariner, that's a fun name. Anyhow, I know I'll get it because I get them all. Anywho. Okay, so, oh yes, we have some plans for today, but before we talk about that, there are a couple of kind of logistics that I need to just chat about really quick I can't say for the rest of the summer, but for the next probably month or so. So today is June 18th. We will not be together on Saturday, June 25th. Or Saturday, July 2nd. I will be out of town both of those weekends, different places, but out of town both of those weekends. We will be together on July 9th. And we will also have a special bonus, me, but it's really a we because I'll have someone here with me. The week of July 11th. And I don't know when it is yet because Vicki and I need to chat about it, but my friend Vicki Booten is coming to stay with me for 10 days. Mid-July. So the week of July 11th, I'll be doing on my channel a nighttime live, and we'll be listing and having fun, but it'll be the Vicki and Lail show, the Lail and Vicki show. Also that week, Vicki will be doing one as well. So we're going to try to make up for some of those dates that we're missing because that weekend, which is, I don't know, what is it, like the 15th of July or whatever, I will not be here because Vicky and I are going to Las Vegas and we're going to go see Usher in concert while she's here. So there's just all kinds of summer is hard. Summer's hard. So if I'm in town, we'll be together on a Saturday, but if I'm not in town, we won't. So just know, easiest place is if you get my emails, I've started putting a little section at the bottom of the emails every week that I send out, kind of on what's happening with our listing schedule. So just know summer's just kind of that way. Okay. Yeah, that'll be really fun. If you guys don't know my friend Vicky Booten, yeah. And I know some of you have experienced us together in person. It'll be fun, you guys. Just, it'll be fun. We'll have a lot of fun. So stay tuned for that. Okay. So, we need to talk about prizes because when we were together 2 weeks ago, well, I always do prizes because I like to share. That's just, I like to give prizes. So, 2 weeks ago, I said we're going to have 2 prizes and that I would give them away this morning. The way I need to clean my glasses. Hang on, guys, while we're, hold on. Oh, here we go. I know it's weird because you guys never see me without glasses. So when you see me, I probably look a little odd. Okay. So I'm cleaning glasses while I'm chatting. Yes. So, let's talk about giveaways. If you, I do giveaway every time we're together on our listing sessions, and I at least do one. This time we have 2. The way that you participate in the giveaways, I have you leave a comment on the video. So not in the chat, leave a comment on the video after it is over. So it's just a good idea to, and you always have at least a week because I draw them the next morning or the next Saturday that we're together. So anyhow, I ask you to leave me a comment. And from those comments, I draw randomly the prize winners. So let's talk about the prize winners for today. Once I get these cleaned. Okay, there we go. All right. So prize winners. We had 2 prizes. One was this brand new little Scatter. Scatter's our little mascot, the squirrel. Little notebook and pen set. And that one goes to Wanda Bradford. So congratulations, Wanda. Wanda, I always respond to the winner's comment, and that's how you know you won. But then I also mention that here as well. So congratulations, Wanda. And then we have a winner for one of, look at what's in the house. Yesterday, these came yesterday afternoon. So this is one of my new stamp sets. It's called Right Here. And the winner of that was Dawn Milbrat. So good, congratulations, Dawn. Now, while I have these, I might as well I'll flip the camera and we'll look at those and then we'll keep going. And we'll have prizes this week too, so don't be sad. I know Susan. So Susan said, dang, I never remember to leave a comment after. So here's the thing. Make yourself a note because, I don't know, there's usually between, maybe 50 and 100 comments. So your chances, well, let's just say this, that your chances of winning a prize on my YouTube channel are far greater than, winning a lottery. So, not quite the value of winning a lottery, unless it's like a scratch-off ticket, but pretty good odds. Okay, guys, I am going to flip the camera. Yes. Oh, Wanda, you're good. Yeah, you're good. Yes, you're good. You're here. I love it when we can congratulate you in person. So you're here. Colleen, I love you. Colleen said she's always so good. Colleen always reminds me to put my phone on Do Not Disturb and then plug in when I flip. This is kind of a cool thing that I learned over the last couple of weeks. You can set your phone that when you open YouTube, it automatically goes on Do Not Disturb. So I have that set on my phone now. So it's awesome. All right, guys. So we are going to... Debbie said, I won a few months ago, but didn't see it until recently. Am I too late to claim it? No, you're not. Send me an email and you need to tell me what the prize was. So in the subject line of the email, tell me what the prize was, Debbie, and then your name and address. All right, guys. Hi, Emily. Welcome. I'm glad you were able to join us live. Emily said she's here, but normally doesn't well, not normally, never is able to see live. So, all right, guys, I'm going to flip the, what's that?
So this is an early birthday present from Ruth.
What? Nick!
Argued.
Oh my gosh. Nick, oh my heaven. Okay.
You gotta take the bag.
All right, guys. So, we're all hanging out. We're chatting. This is what would happen. I always say, if we were all together, this is just what would happen. Nick walked in and, I'll just tell you a little story. Nick, Kylie said, Nick. Yes. So, we live in an awesome neighborhood. It is a new neighborhood. We've lived here 4 years, and we were one of the first 4 houses that were built. So, that doesn't make sense. The first four of us all moved in within a week of each other. And so we have been here to watch the whole neighborhood grow. And there are 163 homes, and I think maybe the last 10 are being built right now. So we have a very wonderful neighborhood, a very close-knit neighborhood, because we all came from different places and really didn't know anybody. So last night, Nick and I had dinner, and then Nick went out to, I don't know, put garbage out or something. And 2 of our neighbors were walking by, and they said, hey, why don't you come over for a drink? So that was about, I don't know, maybe 7. And Nick and I came home at 12:30 last night. So Nick had to run something back to their house this morning. And I said, oh my gosh, Nick. And this is, they're an older couple. I think the husband is probably like my mom, mid-70s. And I'm not saying older, because I know some of you are that. It's just, that's kind of the age, and she's maybe 60 or something. Anyhow, she had she gave water in these beautiful, I've now learned, because I was Googling it last night and this morning, these tag confetti glasses. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I love those. So when Nick had to run something back this morning, I said, Nick, when you go, just casually mention to Ruth, gosh, Leo loved those water glasses. Where did you find them? So Nick just walked in with a bag, and he said, this is an early birthday present from Ruth. There are 4 of those glasses in this bag. So that's why, got excited. Anyhow, that's just, little story. So I'm so excited. Yes. Okay. But that was very nice of her. Obviously, totally unnecessary. Okay, let's get over the chat. I'll keep chatting. You guys know once we flip the camera, we'll keep chatting. But we might as well flip the camera and show you some fun stuff and get going. So bear with me, Vicky. Sorry, oh my God, you guys. Vicky, what are you doing? You're supposed to be on a cruise in England. What are you doing? How are you chatting? I don't understand. Oh, I will, Teresa. I will tell Nick. Nick, I'll have him come show it. Vicky, what are you doing? Your ears must be burning, friend. I told everyone that you're coming, and we're going to see Usher, and so we wouldn't be together on a Saturday, but that we'd be doing 2 special lives during the nights that week before. So. When you're here. So we were talking about you. So I know, Vicky, I'm so confused. How are you here? Jesse, my birthday's in August. So it's early. I am a Leo, just on the cusp of being a Virgo. So I have very strong Leo tendencies, but then I also kind of have the Virgo ones too. So, all right. Well, I'm just waiting to hear how Vicky's joining us. I'm outside France on a big boat. Oh my gosh. Well, I hope you are having the best time. I can't wait to hear all about it, because I will get to hear all about it, because when we drive to Vegas, you'll tell me all about it. All right, guys. Okay. Hi, Susan. Yes, Leo too. Leo's in the house. Okay. It's 6:19. Oh, you just finished teaching. I love it that you popped on. That's so fun. Okay, guys. Oh, look, I know. How did we not know that we were both Leos? Well, you know what I mean. All right, let's flip the camera. And I'm so sorry when I went to flip the camera, you guys, I was right by the microphone or the speaker or whatever. And then I shrieked Vicky, and I apologize. Some of you probably have some eardrum issues now. So sorry. Okay. Jesse. So Jesse's on the end cusp of Virgo, September 22nd. I'm on the beginning cusp. I'm August 20th. Yes, I'm so glad you said hi. I have an amazing time on your cruise. I can't wait to hear all about it. Vicky's teaching. on a cruise right now in Europe. All right, so we are going to, you know what? I think we're going to do without the lights maybe for a little bit. I have the fan on because it's hot. It's very hot and windy here in Utah. I saw ahead of time, someone said, is everyone, maybe it was Tracy, said, is everyone in Utah, in Salt Lake okay? How's everyone doing? Because there's a wildfire. And I didn't know anything about it, so I asked Nick to Google it as I was trying to get ready, and he said there's a wildfire out on the west side of the valley. So Salt Lake is in a big valley. There's big mountains on both sides. So Salt Lake is in the valley. Like the Valley Girl, but not like the Valley Girl. So we are, it's the whole West. Fires, we have bad fires here on the summer and lots of them. Now, luckily, for the most part, they don't hit residential. So that's always good. All right, so let's see. Terry said, friends that make you squeal with delight are the best. I know, right? I know. Okay, friends. So, well, I have to show this. I have to show because look at what came yesterday. My 4 brand new stamp sets. So, Vicki, I don't know if my package got to you before you left with the last round of stamp sets. So you're going to have to wait. You can just get these when I see you. So 4 brand new stamp sets, all in their nice packaging and everything. How wide are the days of the week on the weekend review stamp set? Okay, really quick. They are going to be the weekend review, the year in review? The year in review, is that what you mean? These guys? These are going to, see, I get distracted. They are going to range, September is the longest, and that one is about 2 1/4. And May is about 1. So between 1 and 2 1/4. Yeah, September, I think, is the longest one. Between 1 inch and 2 1/4. Okay, so new stamp sets. This one is called Right Here, and I showed these a couple times. Actually, I think this is a better way to see them. Hold on. Make it a circle. Because, whoopsie, you can see what I did with them. So this guy right here is 5x7, and it is designed, well, you can use it for a lot of things, but it is designed for something like this, where you can, days of the week. Okay, Kari, just a sec. Sorry about that. Yeah, you said month, you said week, and never mind. I'll get it for you in a sec. So this one, the Right Here, was designed, well, you can use it for a lot of different things, but this is a great stamp set to use in the introduction, the first page of your traveler's notebooks, because I know a lot of you struggle with what to do on the first page because you like to have double page spreads, or the last page. But those of you that are scrapbookers, this would be really fun as a journaling spot on a scrapbook layout. This would be fun on a tag, cards, lots of different things. So that's the idea. And then you have those little icons that pop in the upper left and lower right corners. So that one is called Right Here. Terry, they actually started shipping yesterday. And Nick is not golfing today. So he's actually preparing orders for a while this morning. So if your order shipped yesterday, you would have received an email shipping confirmation with tracking number. And if you haven't received that, it hasn't shipped yet. All right, really quick. So let me just help Carrie out. Kari, I bet it's Kari. So the longest is Wednesday, and that one is about 2 1/2. And the shortest looks like probably Friday, and that one is about 1 1/4. About 1 1/4. Yes, staggered like that. Yep. So designed, so you could, really, this is the other thing. You have stamps to put there, but you could put stickers, you could put die cuts, and then you just have the lines, but they're like little hand-drawn lines, right? Wanda, I need to send your prize with your order if it hasn't shipped yet. Wanda said, I placed an order, but I didn't order that one. Dang. And I'll just mention this for anyone. as long as you haven't received an email with shipping confirmation, that means your order hasn't shipped, which means we can always add to your order on the back end if you let us know. All right, that's the first set. Second set is swatch this washi, right? So that I designed to do this, right? So we can swatch our washi tape. And there's a ton of different stamps on that stamp set for lots of really fun, different ideas for swatching your washi. But here's something that's kind of fun. And I didn't realize this. I wish I had realized this. I wish I'd say that was part of my brilliance, but I didn't. Until I started doing this, kind of playing, two stamps, well, there's actually a couple that you can put together. This little rectangle and then this larger rectangle. You have all of these little stamps that are designed to kind of hang things from. So you've got your little push pin, you have your little hanger there, and then you have a bow to hang. But look you could do some really fun things with titles. And this is on the smaller one. So you could put your little title in there, and that's just washi in there. But this guy, I'm really excited about this one now because look, if I stamp that and then add a little hanger, I could be doing lists with this and write my little, things on my lists in those little boxes. So this one, I think this one, we're going to have a lot of fun with this one for sure. And even like, look at the little hangers. And so even though I designed it for washi, tons of different things that you can do with it. All right, next guy, list builder labels. So if you've been with me for any length of time, you know that there are two things that I use quite frequently. One is word strip stickers and the other one is labels, okay? No shipping email, Nick, please. Yeah, no, guess what? Nick doesn't do the shipping part. He's just getting the orders ready to go. So you're okay. You are okay while we're on live. But yes, the list builder labels. So labels are great for adding your dates. Labels are great for, where did I do with that one? Hang on. Adding your dates. Oh, here we go. So that is one of those little label stamps. And how fun with the little scallops at the bottom. So you have a short one with scallops, and then you also have a long one with scallops. And then, so this is interesting. Of the four, and this I always wonder, of the four so far, this has been the most popular one currently. So the idea behind currently is I am going to, if you're following with me, it'll be once a quarter. So about once every 3 months, do a list like this. And we're actually going to do one of these today. A list that is currently. Then you have a ton of different prompts. So you have 23 different prompts that you can answer. And I think this is a really fun way to just capture information about yourself or someone else. I mean, maybe you have little grandkids. This would be a really fun way to document as they're growing up, how they are changing. But I'll be doing that on about a quarterly basis, so about every 3 months. Okay, so those are the new stamp sets. Very excited about those, and they started shipping yesterday. So we're gonna get one of these. We will give away. I will give away. And let's do the washi one. Let's do swatch this washi. Wanda. Oh gosh, Colleen, guess what? I did not. Colleen, you always have my back. Thank you. Plugging in now. Oh goodness. Okay. I need to answer Wanda's question in 1 second. But this will be this week's prize, the washi tape, swatch this washi. And the way that you can participate in the prize or participate in the giveaway. How about that? Not participate in the prize. Participate in the giveaway. When the video is over, I'll have you leave a comment on the video itself. So not in the chat, comment on the video itself. How about telling me something that you're looking forward to this summer? That is one of our list topics. So just tell me in the comments something you're looking forward to this summer. And then I'll randomly draw when we're together again in 2 weeks. One lucky winner to win that. Wanda said, Lael, has your business grown a lot since you started YouTube because of COVID? I actually had been on YouTube for quite a while, Wanda, before COVID started. But I was everything I was doing was pre-recorded. And generally it was, you know, doing a flip through of one of my mini book project kits. So really had never done anything live because I had to figure out how all that worked. But yes, it has grown immensely. And this is all thanks to all of you. YouTube sends out, if you're a YouTube creator, emails every month, just kind of telling you, you know, what's happening on your YouTube channel. And consistently now we're about 1 million watch minutes a month on my YouTube channel, which is crazy when you think about it. 1 million watch minutes. That means more than, or 1 million minutes are watched on my YouTube channel every month, which is just mind blowing. But yes, Wanda, that is absolutely a result of just what we, you know, when I say we, I mean all of us, right? You guys, what we do here on Saturdays. All right. And I also, you know, when I was not teaching in person because I was, you know, you couldn't go anywhere. Hang on, I just need to readjust something here. Then I started teaching, you know, my private classes on YouTube as well, which has been very fun because then, you know, I still feel like I'm with people. Okay. All right. Hi, Diane. Will security take your ink away? Dandy, no, they will not. So I think I saw something. You're flying. They will not take your ink away. You can even have scissors that are like 3 or 4 inches long. You can have hole punches. You can have trimmers. They may want to look in your bag, but they won't take it away. They will not take it away, but do yourself a favor, put it in a little baggie in case in case the lid pops off or something. You don't want that floating around and making a giant mess, right? All right. Hi, Julie. Okay, so let's get going. Usually when we get started, we take a look at our lists from the prior week, or in this case, when we were together 2 weeks ago. So we did 3 lists. One of them was called Back Then. And this is actually going to take us into one of the lists that we'll also be doing today. But this one is called Back Then. And I think it was Mimi. That suggested this list topic. Basically, kind of, if you think back then, whenever back then is, right? Whenever back then is for you, things that we had no idea would be a thing, right? Things like selfies and doorbell cameras and VRBO and Airbnb and Zoom and Instant Pots and texting and electric cars. And we had a lot of fun with that list. So that was one of our lists that we did. It was the first Saturday of a new month. So we did what do you need, honey? Oh, you need to know what, yeah. Hey, Nick, bring one of those glasses. They want to see the glass from Ruth. I can't believe that, Annie. Okay. Sorry guys, totally sidetracked today. Totally sidetracked. Yes, in the news. So this is this was last month. So in the news, not in the news. This would be about last month. Let's try that. This would be about last month. And this is what I do at the start of a brand new month. I just do my documenting of what happened the prior month using the about last month stamp set. Oh, okay, look at, here it is. They're hand wash only. Oh my goodness, you guys, look at this. Can you see that? So it's got a little bit of, look how thick. Hold on, I'm about, 10 or 15 seconds behind you. Or you're behind me, but look at that. They're from Home Goods. Oh my goodness. Isn't that gorgeous? It's super thick glass. And then you kind of have this confetti style, but I didn't notice this last night, but look at kind of that really pretty holographic, I don't know, rainbowy, whatever it is. Yes, aren't they beautiful? Yeah, anyhow. So I get sidetracked by pretty things. All right, so we did that list as well. And then we did, gosh, this feels like forever ago, doesn't it? We did this one, things I miss and don't miss. And then I filled in the blank of when they were kids. So when our boys, Jack and Sam, when they were kids, these are some of the things I miss and don't miss from when they were kids. And if you were not with us for this list, I just want to mention and talk about something really quick. I try really hard when I'm coming up with our list topics to make sure that We're all inclusive. So all inclusive in whatever all inclusive means to you. So I know that not everyone has kids, or maybe you have kids, but maybe the relationship, maybe there, maybe you just, a list like this is not something that you want to do. So what I had suggested was things I miss and don't miss, and then you fill in the blank. So as we're working, and if you want to list with us, if you ever see a list topic that you're like, man, I don't really like that, it doesn't really apply to me, think about how you could make it apply to you. Things I miss and don't miss about high school, things I miss and don't miss about being a kid, things I miss and don't miss about being a teacher, things I miss and don't miss about living in my old neighborhood. I mean, really, this could be anything. Oh, look at Mandy. I love that. Mandy said, I did what I miss about summers in the 90s. So you don't even have to do a compare contrast like this. It could just be things I miss, fill in the blank, or things I don't miss, fill in the blank, right? Okay. So those were our 3 lists, which leads us to our first list for today. You guys, we're going to do 4 today. I have 4 lists planned for today, right? Sandy, I love it. Sandy Arnold said, Home Goods was made for squirrels, all kinds of shiny, pretty things. I agree 100%. That's so true. I know Home Goods is dangerous for me, for sure. TJ Maxx, same thing. Marshalls, in the UK, it's TK Maxx. Home Sense, it's Home Sense in Canada, but it's all owned by kind of that same parent company. All right. So our first list. Our first list is things I am looking forward to this summer. Now, I love summer. I love, 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 love summer. Summer's by far my favorite season. I love it. I live in Utah. I live in northern Utah in a suburb of Salt Lake. And here we get all 4 seasons. All 4 seasons. So we get winter, summer, spring, fall. Winter, we had the 2002 Winter Olympics here. We're hoping to have them again in the future. So we definitely get winter. Spring, you get tulips and all the beautiful flowers and colors. Well, not colors. It's usually everything's brown because it's been dormant. And then summer, we get up to hundreds totally. And I think we'll be close to hitting that today. But it's a dry heat. We're a high mountain desert. So kind of like Arizona, hot, but not that hot, but dry. Well, and then fall, we get the beautiful colors in the fall. So I do this list every season. Things I'm looking forward to this spring, summer, fall, winter. So summer is just about honest. And so that's what we're going to do. That's the first list topic I am going to do. Now, maybe you hate summer and you wanted to spin it. You could say things I'm not looking forward to this summer, or things I'm looking forward to, whatever, right? You fill in the blank. So this is going to be a 2-page list, and I have pulled out some products from the Simple Stories Summer Lovin' collection. This one I carry on my website, and I have linked to it in the description box of the video down below. Actually, it's in that one link. It's in the link that says things I'm using. So I've pulled out some of the papers that were kind of speaking to me that I thought might be fun to just kind of start to work with. I know I am going to use this paper because this is a 2-page spread. I'm going to trim this one down, and this will go on the right side of my spread. So then for the left, now, of course, I know you're not surprised because I pulled out the yellow because I love yellow. So maybe that guy. And I had this one pulled out, but I'm not going to use it. The reason I'm not going to use this one, I like the rainbow, but you have a horizontal rainbow here and a diagonal rainbow here. And I think that is just too much rainbow. I mean, said no one ever, right? But too much rainbow in kind of different patterns. So as we get working, I like to try to talk through why I'm using something and then why maybe something doesn't work. Hi, Mom. I got your, sorry, we were neighbors last night when you texted, and so I was very short. And then I got your email this morning, but was trying to get ready. So I owe you a text and an email. All right. So not this one. Maybe the yellow. Maybe. This one I pulled out too. I just thought it was so fun, but I think that's a little bit too red and pink. Too fruity. That's funny. Wanda, this one is called Summer Lovin'. It is Simple Stories summer collection. This year's summer collection. This one It might be this one. Let's see. So what I need to do is I need to grab my trimmer. Let's get that out. Oh, look, I still have remnants from last week, what we were doing, or 2 weeks ago. If you missed us, guys, if you missed us 2 weeks ago, while we're here, I just might as well show you this little trick again because I'm going to pull this off in a second. But if you have a washi that is wider, so that was a wider roll of washi. That was, well, let's see. Let's just pretend like this one. So this is a wider roll. This is from Vicky's Sweet Rush collection. So sometimes you don't have enough room to use a washi that is that wide. That doesn't mean you can't use it. You just have to modify it or alter it, right? So what I did, this was a wider washi. And all I did was take the washi and I put it down on my trimmer. So let's pretend now that I need something really narrow. I put it down on my trimmer and I'm using the line on my trimmer, the measurement marks or whatever, to line to get it straight. And then I just slice right through. And now look what I have. Now I have a really skinny, narrow washi. So that's kind of a fun way to, sorry, I'm flipping you off. That's kind of a fun way to work with your washi if sometimes it is too wide. Doesn't mean you can't use it, just kind of play with it. And that's the easiest way because that way you get it straight. You get a nice straight cut that way. And we're not doing that. It's just that it happened to be there on my trimmer still. So you might be looking at that going, what is that? Carolyn, I love it too. Carolyn said, hi, Lael's mom. I love that your family checks in while you're listening too. I don't tell them to do that. I don't ask them to do that. They just like to do it. It's kind of fun. Every once in a while, we see our son, Jack, will pop in. He lives in Washington State and he's a chef. So he works sometimes late at night. So generally, he's a sleeper. He likes to sleep in. So we don't see him often, but Sam was here earlier. I mean, not here with us, but he ran home for a bit. All right, so I need to trim this down. The inserts that I use are called standard wide. So standard in Traveler's Notebook language is considered 8.25 inches tall, okay? 8.25. So this is a standard height Traveler's Notebook. Standard width is 4.33, so 4.33 inches. Here's an example of a standard Traveler's Notebook insert. So 8.25 by 4.33. I prefer to use standard wide. And standard wide is 8.25 by 5. So you can see you get an extra 3/4 of an inch, but when you're working in a spread, that gives you an extra 1.5 inches in your spread. So that's what I use, standard wide. I have both kinds on my website, but I primarily use the standard wide. I bring that up because this is a paper from a 6x8 paper pad, right? So if this is 5 and this is 6, we have to trim this down. So I am going to trim this down to 5 inches wide. And I want to maintain that pattern in the center. So I'll cut 1/2 inch from the right, 1/2 inch from the left. That is what I'm doing right now. 1/2 inch. Oh, I just really hate this trimmer. I just don't want to get my big one out. 1/2 inch from the right and 1/2 inch from the left. Now, I'm still okay, right? I'm a little bit, it's a little bit narrow, but I haven't lost anything. Now, what I need to do, I'm actually going to go back in and trim just a tad bit more off. The reason I'm going to trim a tad bit more off is because even though the width is 5 inches, you lose a little bit from the staples, right? So it is bound together with staples, so you lose a little bit of that width. So I just needed to make that a teeny tiny bit narrower. And there we go. I'm going to round the outer corners. So this is going on the right page. So I'm rounding the outer right corners. And These pieces I would be tempted to throw away, but how fun are those? Those are like awesome oars, aren't they? Like awesome oars. Hi there, Mr. in the background. Oh, Mindy, my husband just asked if you had a tan. Haha, he knows the voices and people I won't, right? Say, hi, Mr. Hall. Hi, Mr. Hall. I don't know Mr. Hall, but hi, Mr. Hall. Yes, I know. It's sad that people's families know my voice. I'm sure some of the people's families are like, oh my gosh, there's that voice again, right? Because I'm sure that's what my family says. Oh boy. All right, so that is going to go there. And I am going to get out my black pen, my little Sharpie, and I'm going to outline around the inside perimeter. I'm going to stop right there. I might try something. So you guys see me outline all the time, right? This is a prime example of how the outlining really helps, because this up here, all of that white, it just kind of went into no man's land, right? It just kind of kept on going and going and going. And our eye didn't have a place to stop and rest. But now that outline is kind of keeping it all in together nice and tight. So I'm going to try something. Because I want to see what it looks like. I have a brand new mini book project kit that is also on my website. And in that, I had done some outlining of some of the elements. And it looked really cool. So I'm not going to do it right here yet. I'm going to make sure that I think I like it. But I thought it might be fun to come in here. I just want to do it a little bit and see if I'd like it. This is always, this always reminds me of the Operation game. You know, when they say the Operation game, it takes a steady hand. And then they'd miss and they go, Butterfingers. And then the person would like hit the side of the Operation game and it would buzz. So I kind of like the way it looks, maybe, but I won't. So it just kind of helps it to stand out a little bit more, right? When we look at the two of those side by side. I may do that to my list, but if I do that, I won't do that while we're together, because then talk about watching paint dry. You guys don't want to watch me completely outline everything. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what the list looks like when it's done to see if we like it. Or if it needs some. Oh, well. All right. Now I need to be thinking about what else I might add here. Because if I'm adding a lot, if I have a lot of stuff going on, maybe over here, like this would kind of be fun to add there, maybe in that lower corner. Those are the die cuts. It's one of the die cuts from this collection. But if I have this over here, it's going to have a lot going on, right? It'll be a lot going on. Obviously, I'll do my list on white. So let's get our white cardstock out and see next if we think that might be too busy. We might have to go with something a little bit more neutral, not so busy, right? Oh yeah, no, that would be fun. I bet we could talk my mom into it. Right, Mom, maybe when, I don't know if she's still on, when Vicky's here, that'd be fun. And then my mom could come in and say hi, because you guys have met Jack and Sam, our boys, and then my husband, Nick. Oh, my dad. Some of you have even met my dad too, huh? Okay, I'm using an 8.5 by 11 piece of white cardstock. And that, anytime that I am not writing my list or doing my list directly in the insert, I am doing my list on white cardstock, right? So I do that so I can get a little bit of the pattern behind, but then I like the white. So I'm always using white cardstock. So white cardstock, this is a Nina flat white. So it's a really soft, shouldn't say soft, smooth, no texture cardstock, and especially for stamping. The type of cardstock or paper that you're stamping on really makes a difference. You want to have a nice smooth so that the stamp impression is not getting altered by the texture of your cardstock. Now, some of you are like, well, I use regular paper and it's not textured. Some of your paper, if you've ever tried to stamp on like plain copy paper, you can tell the difference in stamping on like a plain copy paper. Even though it's not textured, you'll see kind of the stamp bleed a little bit. So the impression is not as crisp, and that has a lot to do with just the paper that you're using. So that's 8.5 by 11. I use 8.5 by 11 because when I'm working in my traveler's notebooks, I can get at least 2 bases for my list off of an 8.5 by 11 with very little waste. So generally what I do, 8.25. So, and when I'm working on my own, I already have these pre-cut because then I don't have to go through everything the whole time. I just trimmed that down to 8.25 because that's the height of my insert, the standard wide, and then 5. So that would be, if I wanted to have a completely blank page, that 5 by 8.25, that would be my list. Now, I'm not going to do that because if I want to use this page right here, I need some, oh yeah, nope, it's going to be too much, Terry. Terry, I don't know if you saw it in the chat. Terry's like, don't do it. Don't do it. You're not going to like it. Don't do it. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll put this here. That will look great. And then I have a lot more color that I'm planning on bringing in over here. So we know from my background, I want that to be, I want that to be 4 3/4 by 8. So it's already 8, right? Because my 6 by 8 pad, but I made that 4 3/4. The reason I did 4 3/4 instead of 5 is I like to have a little white border, and you couldn't really see it here, but it was there. I like to have a little white border around my list. So that's 4 3/4 by 8. That gives me just that little white border all the way around. And then I am rounding the outside corners here as well because it's a spread, right? Actually, I only ever round the outside corners. So there we go. That is going to be the start of our list. Now I need to, all right. I need to trim this guy next. But before I trim that, I need to be thinking about my title. My title is Things I'm Looking Forward to This Summer. And these fun little letters, part of the die cuts, and they actually spell summer. So I thought, well, that would be great for the title, but we may have to do some overlapping here, like a lot of overlapping. Where is the U? Okay, little U, where did you wander off to? Oh, there we go. Okay. So let's see now. This may, oh yeah, it'll work. If I just do some overlapping like that, that'll be fine. I mean, you can totally see that that's summer, and it helps that they're all different colors. So I think, ooh, we're going to be tight. Let's see. We might just have a little tiny bit of yellow there. If that's 4 3/4, let's try 4 1/2, and let's see if that will do what we need. Give us enough room for the, oh, that's 3 1/2. Whoopsie. 4 1/2. 4 1/2. Oh, so, okay, Noelle, and I love it when you guys do this. Let's see what happens. Noelle said, no, not Noelle. Noelia, not Noelle. Noelia Cardarelli. Ooh, that's a fun name. What if I spell it vertically? So let's look and see, right? Let's see what happens. Oh, I need to trim this down to 7 3/4. I'm basically just taking 1/4 inch off of both sides, or the top and the top and the side. How about that? All right. So that will just give me a little tiny bit of yellow. Yeah, aren't we glad we didn't go with whatever, oh, what was on the back side? Glad we didn't go with that. So let's round the corner. We need something super small, but you can still see the pattern and you still get the pop of color, but There, that'll be good. All right. So, Noelia said, what if we tried it vertical? And I love it when you guys suggest things because I'll always try it. I don't always end up, do it that way, but I'll always try it so we can see what it looks like, right? We can see what it looks like. This is very outside of my comfort zone of doing something like this. So I can already tell you, I know I won't leave it this way because it's way outside of my comfort zone. But that could totally work. So if you're doing a list like this, oh, but it's kind of fun, isn't it? The only thing that then I have to figure out if I don't know. Let's look. Let me look at this way too. I'm very much a creature of habit. Oh, you know what? I like having that top of the S kind of overlap on the U, right? We can move things this way. And everything doesn't also have to be vertical, right? Things could be like little scawampus, right? Like at an angle. What am I hearing? I don't know. It sounds like something's talking in my ear. That's odd. What is that? It sounds like something's playing in the background on my iPad. Probably is. It's the Russians. They're spying on me. Oh yeah, I like that. That's how it's going to be. I'm going to overlap like that and that will work. So, I better go ahead while these are kind of lined up. I better go ahead and adhere these now. So, I need to probably put them about here. Oh my gosh. This is gonna drive me crazy, you guys. Whatever the sound is that I'm hearing, by the time we're done, I'm gonna be like shriveled up in a corner because I think I'm losing it. All right. I need to have this be about that far down because I need to write the rest of my title up above. So things I'm looking forward to, this, and then summer. So let's try it. I'm going to move this down a little bit closer to me so I can work with it. Inspiration Station. Hi. Yes, an Inspiration Station said I liked it vertical. Yep. There's always more than one way to skin a cat. And I just know with me, that's a little bit outside of my comfort zone. I thought it looked fun. I agree with you. It looked fun. And I love it. Like I said, I love it when you guys suggest things because in a lot of cases, you guys suggest things and I'm like, oh my gosh, I love that. I never would have even thought of trying that. So I always like to try it. So I am using just a little, a glue pen because these letters, a little bit harder, right? A little bit harder to get a tape runner behind. Oh, that reminds me. I don't have my tape runner out yet. I'm going to have to need that in a minute. I am going to need that in a minute. Oh yes, we wanted that to kind of tuck under there. Come on. Oh, dang it, come on. I don't want that to dry on me. Heavens, I need like different tools to hold. There we go. Well, that's where it wants to land. So that's where it's going to land. That is, what did Kelly say? Yeah, it's not an alarm. It's weird. Oh my gosh, Kelly. Kelly is a genius. All right, so if you missed what Kelly just said, I'm going to show you. Kelly is so smart. Okay, and everyone in the chat saying, brilliant idea, Kelly, you're brilliant. She is brilliant. So what she suggested to do was to get a piece of washi, right? Get a piece of washi, and you are so smart. Why didn't I ever think of that? So I'm going to get a piece of washi. I'm going to lay these letters down. There's a video playing in the background. I know it. I can just hear it. But I can't start messing to figure out what it is because then might mess something up. I might lose you guys. I don't want to lose you guys. Okay. So now I've got you waiting with bated breath on what Kelly was suggesting that we do, right? Okay. So what Kelly suggested, line those up, get your washi tape, right? Get your washi tape, although it won't work now. I'm going to have to just do it on those. Okay. Because I already did the U and the M are already put down. Watch this. Look at how brilliant Kelly is. So now it's in the exact same place that I need it to be, right? All those letters. Kelly, I can't even believe it. Kelly, I probably won't remember that it was you, but anytime that I do that in the future, I'm going to say, there's this brilliant woman on my YouTube when we were working one day that suggested I do this, and it's just the smartest thing ever. I'll try to remember Kelly. All right, so now we come back in and just set those right back up again, right? Oh my gosh, Kelly, I love that. It does take a village. Dandy said, are you hearing yourself on delay? I'm not, because it's a man's voice. It is a man's voice, and I can't start messing around with my iPad because I don't want to lose you guys on my iPad, because if I lose you on my iPad, I can't see the chat, and then I also can't see what I'm doing. I mean, clearly I can see what I'm doing because I'm doing it, but I can't see what you guys see. So my phone records and my iPad lets me see what you guys are seeing. All right. There we go. That is so brilliant, Kelly. I love it. Thank you so much for sharing that. And here's the thing, you guys, if you have tips like that, please, please, please share in the chat. And if you have suggestions, like when, I can't remember who it was, Noelia, I think, said, try it vertical. I love it when you guys suggest things, because that's how we learn, right? If that's so outside of my comfort zone that I would never try that, then I love it when you guys suggest. So please, please, please do that all the time. Even if I don't do your suggestion, I mean, even if I don't like end up like leaving it that way, please still suggest. Because some of you, that was your thing. You're like, oh, I love that. And then you're like, okay, I'm going to do a vertical title here instead of a horizontal. All right, there we go. Again, that black outline is really helping to kind of just give some border, right? So there we go. There is our 2-page list. Now I need to do things I'm looking forward to. So I try to, in my head, envision how much space I need, and then I try to start things I'm looking forward to. So I'm going to say it's probably about right here. Things I'm looking. Oh, guess what? I didn't account for the this. I didn't account for the THIS. You know what? Another genius in the house today would be Scrappy Matilda. Oh my gosh, you guys. She said, could you just try to lower the sound on the iPad? Oh my heavens. You guys, no secret, I am blonde. Well, blondish, right? I'm blonde. So something like that would seem so obvious, didn't even cross my mind, right? Yeah, so I just turned down the sound on the iPad, and I don't think I can hear it anymore. I admitted it. Oh my gosh. All right. So let's see. Hi, Linda May. Nice to see you. Now, Linda May, I'm not sure where, well, I know you've ordered from me before, so I know you're Utah, but I'm not sure that I remember where. So earlier we were talking about the fires that are kind of over by Kennecott. No, you're not. You're more north than that, right? Okay. So there we go. There's the start. Things I'm looking forward to this summer. On my list, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things. So what I thought that I would do. So we may need a little bit of, I don't know, we might need a little bit of washi. Maybe. Let's see. I'm not sure. I don't know. No, I'm not sure. No. That's too much gingham. Too much gingham, too much yellow. And then I was maybe going to put the gingham and the yellow. This is the washi from Summer Love. And I was maybe going to put them together, which now we just have way too many rainbow colors going on. So no, we will not do that. Maybe. Let me look at one more thing over here, off to the side. I might like this. We can at least put it down temporarily, right? We can put this down temporarily. See if we like it. That is my black scallop washi. We'll see. I don't know. It may live there. It may not. We'll wait until we're done. That's like the little black dress of, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Oopsie, let me get that off. Can I write this across the M? So I could, right? So Cindy said, because I forgot, this just looks like things I'm looking forward to summer because I forgot this, right? So I could put this here, but I think I'll just leave it like that. I think it's just gonna be that way, right? Life's too short to start over, or to worry about it. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some number stamps. I pulled out these I have on my website. I carry a number of different stamps from Ellie's Studio. These are called Parker number stamps. So this is a 3x4. This piece right here is 3x4. So that gives you an idea of the size. They're about a little bit less than an inch. So let's see if I can do 1 through 6 there. Let's see what happens. Didn't you have a stitching washi? Oh, I do have a stitching washi. I do have a stitching washi. Turn the washi upside down. Turn it the other way. Okay, I'm getting totally sidetracked. Okay, let's do this. Let me get this. Let me do this. Yes, stitching washi. I do have a couple of different stitching washis. So this is 49 in Market. So I think, let's see. So if I did that, would I do it all? Yeah, no, I don't think so. That may stay, it may not. We'll see. We shall see. All right. So let's get our little stampies ready. Yeah, with the curves of the arcs on the top. Yeah. Yes, maybe. Maybe. All right. Ooh, I didn't do a good job cleaning up when we were last together. Oh, God. And these are all going to be dry. My wet wipes, the wipes that are wet, wow, golly. My wipes that are not dried out, how about that, are downstairs. It's from another stamping project. So there we go. Just had to clean that off because it had some ink residue on it. All right, so let's looky here. If we want to go down here, let's see how many we can fit. Okay. Oh, there we go. You guys are coming up with all different kinds of ideas. Write this on a small tag and put it across the M's. Now, there's all different kinds of things I can do, huh? We'll see. We'll see if I just leave it that way or if later it bothers me. It's very interesting that I actually, when I do this list for some reason, and as I said, I do it every season, I know I've made that mistake before on the spring one. I don't know if it was this year. It probably was this year. I don't know if it was this year or what, but I think I forgot to do this or something. I think it just said things I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I think I did the same thing. Isn't that funny? All right, so let's look and see how we're sizing up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so guess what we're going to do? By process of elimination, we're getting rid of the washi because I don't have enough room for number 6. So that made it easy, right? That made it easy. I'll put a word strip sticker down there or something. Oh my gosh, I'm sweating. Even though I have the fan going, it's very warm. I think it's supposed to get to like 98 or something today here. And it's very windy, like high wind warnings. All right, so there we go. And then my 6 will fit perfectly. Oh, all right. I will come in and do the 6 after I do these because there's not enough room to squeeze the 6 in. Okay, so now we're gonna stamp. And as we start stamping, I will always do a test stamp first, okay? Always, always, always. I always, 100% of the time, no matter what, recommend that you do a test stamp first for a number of reasons. Number one, to make sure that, in this case, I do have my numbers in order, even though I can see they're in order. I make sure they're in order. I make sure they're straight. I make sure I like the way it's going to look. But these are brand new stamps. You can see I've never used these stamps before. When you have brand new stamps, there is a very thin coating on the back of the stamps. You can't see that, and you may not have known that, but you always want to prime the stamp first. And there's a couple of different ways that you can prime your stamp. You can kind of take like a cloth, or I know some people just like on their pants or their jeans, just kind of rub it off a little bit. You can take an eraser and just kind of erase over the top, or you can stamp with it. So yes, dear, what? Those are not my hands. Did you see some extra hands pop in there?
Hi everyone.
Nick just said hello.
I'm done packing orders for the day. You have 40 of them down there.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you, honey. That'll be good. So anyone that just ordered the stamp bundle, I mean, if you ordered nothing else but you ordered the stamp bundle, then those were all ready to go now because that's one of the things Nick was working on. Okay. Oh yeah, so we were talking about priming your stamp. One of the ways to prime your stamp is to just stamp with it. So that is what I'm going to do. Because then I can also kind of play around maybe with color. So I like to stamp with black ink. I stamp with black ink a lot. But with that said, that's going to make that really dark and heavy along this side. And I don't think I want it to be dark and heavy. So I think I'm going to stamp in color, but I need to find a color that matches something on here. I think I know what I want to do. These are my stamp swatches. So earlier you guys showed me, excuse me, earlier you guys saw me show you one of my new stamp sets, which is called Swatch This Washi. Well, also have a stamp set called Swatch This Inks. And this is what it's meant for, is for swatching your inks. So that you know what colors you have. Because even with the little box, right? And I talked about it earlier. This is what I prefer. I prefer Distress Oxides. But even with the little box, it just looks different. It looks different here than when you actually see it stamped out. So I have all of my inks swatched. So I was going to show you. Where do I have the cracked pistachio? Should be right here. Oh, there we go. So look at big difference. I mean, it's still, you can still get the gist of it, but it just is a big difference. So I was thinking cracked pistachio, but you know what? Cracked pistachio won't work because it kind of works over here. Actually, maybe it will. I was going to say it might not work because it really doesn't work with that, but I don't need it to work with that because it's just right down here. It kind of goes with the ball and that. So cracked pistachio, that could be kind of fun. Or we could go really bold and like pull in that S. That I'm going to say is probably like picked raspberry. Maybe. So I have these in order of the rainbow. Roy G. Biv, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So it makes it really easy for me to look. Oh yeah, that's almost a dead on. So I like that, but I think having that and then all of those in the same color, I think that's just too much matchy-matchy. So I think we might try cracked pistachio. Let's see if we like it. Let's see. Harrisville, I don't know where Harrisville is. Mitzi, your daughter lives in Cottonwood Heights. Mitzi, I live in Cottonwood Heights. Well, Nick and I live in Cottonwood Heights, but yeah, that's where we live. That is where we live, in a little suburb of Salt Lake. All right, so here we go. I want to do my test stamp first. Again, I'm test stamping ahead of time. I'm priming the stamp, but then also checking to see, do I like the color? If I was spelling a word, did I get the word spelled right? So I just have my little notebook here that you guys see me pull out every time when I'm stamping or looking at washi or whatever. So let's go ahead and get this all inked up. There are two ways really that you can apply your ink to your stamps. You can apply your ink to the stamp, or you can apply the stamp to the ink. No right or wrong way, but I prefer this way. I like to apply the stamp to the ink. The ink to the stamp. I feel like I have more control that way. Okay, so I want to get that down here, but I don't want to get it on that little guy. So this is going to be a really good example of, I can already see, of why you want to prime your stamp first, test stamp it first, because I think we're going to see a little bit of maybe pooling, maybe not. Oh, all right. So I could see kind of what was happening on the stamp. Do you see right here, like on the 5? See how it's a little splotchy? It's a little splotchy because I needed to prime it first. I needed to kind of get rid of that, like you can't see with, oh, sorry about that. Let me move it down a little bit. Can't see with the naked eye little layer that's on the brand new stamp. So let's see if we like this. Let's see if we like it here. Ooh. So I don't think so. Because that and that are just way too off. I think they're way too off. So it's interesting now. These are the colors here are a little bit, I don't want to say muddy, but they're a little bit different. What do you guys think? What do you think? So it would look like that. I don't know. I don't know if I can get over that. It looking, I'm going to look at the chat and see what you guys are saying. I missed Mitzi's daughter. Oh, she graduated from the U of U with her master's. Oh my goodness, congratulations. That's awesome. That's quite an accomplishment. That is quite an accomplishment. Congratulations. The blue, like the large strip, that blue. Should we look for that blue? You know what? And that's a good suggestion because Miranda said I would go with the blue like the large strip. So a couple of reasons why that would work. There's no blue over here, right? That blue isn't here, so we're not going to contradict with one of the colors here. And you have the blue here and here. So it'll kind of help to pull your eye down and then over. So let's look for that blue. This will be interesting. If maybe it's that. Ooh, careful. That's still got ink all over it. All right, let's go to our blues. Oh no, weathered wood. All right, so those are the little bit more grays. So let's go into the blues. There's a lot of blues, which that's kind of a surprise. And I haven't seen his new blue that was released today, Uncharted Territory or whatever, Uncharted Waters. I haven't seen that yet, but there are a lot of blues. So I was kind of surprised at that. Speckled egg. Okay, look at, speaking of blues, like, well, those are kind of more teal family, but there are a lot of blues. Right? I think speckled egg. Right? I think speckled egg is like it. What do you guys think? Speckled egg. Let's try speckled egg. So someone, and now I'm looking for my ink, the speckled egg, so I've got my back to you, but someone said the yellow. Here's my thought on the yellow, and you guys know me, I love yellow. I put yellow on everything. But I think for me, I would not do the yellow because, hold on, let me just get this back in so that entire tray of inks doesn't fall. Uh-oh, hold on, time out, brief moment. Oh, shoot. Hang on. Okay, there we go. The yellow. So the yellow here would work, right? Because I like this yellow. That one is just a little bit different. So then I don't know if it would be weird having that yellow here and then with that. So we'll see. We shall see. All right, let's do this again. We need to clean this off. A lot of what we do here on Saturdays, it's playing, right? It's trying things out. It's, you know, I don't know ahead of time I'll show you the only thing I know ahead of time. I have an idea of the products that I'm going to use, and then I have a sketch. This is my sketch, a title with numbers. So I don't know ahead of time what colors I'm using, and we just kind of have to work through together, which sometimes is part of the fun, because that's how we figure things out. We'll get that one out of the way. But also that's how I love your input, because then you guys give suggestions. All right, so let's try this little guy. This is speckled egg. So it's that light blue. And we'll do it over here again. Ooh, look I was messy. I got lots of ink on that stamping block. Huh. So, I don't know, look over here. I don't know, are we gonna go to yellow after all that? Are we gonna go to yellow? Gerda likes the speckled egg. It's kind of like muddy, right? Is it kind of muddy? Judah says it looks great. Scrappy Matilda says much better. Should we just do it? We'll do it, and then I think we can bring in a little bit more color. You know what's happening? This is me, like, embracing all the color, but being like, color. Sometimes it's hard for me, because then I would lean towards black. But I don't want to do that. All right, so let's just try one more thing. We're going to do one more thing real quick, and then we'll choose from the three. I'm going to bring in the yellow. I know, no surprise. Red, orange, yellow. Where's the yellows? Oh, right there. Okay. Squeeze lemonade. Let's try one of those. While I'm being very indecisive here, I would be interested to know what you guys are looking forward to this summer, okay? What are you looking forward to this summer? Hi, Amy. Amy's in the house. Amy, so you guys, if you're in the Facebook group, well, if you're not in the Facebook group, why? Because it's a fun place to be. If you are in the Facebook group, Amy yesterday, shared some things that she worked on with some of the stamp sets. Oh my gosh, so fun. She did with in the news, the typewriter, and then the library cards. So I'm going to be inspired by her for one of my lists today. Oh my heavens, let's go back to the yellow. Red, orange, yellow. Okay. Mustard seed. I think mustard seed. Yeah, look at squeezed lemonade. Wrong color. Mustard seed. Yep. Okay. We're going to try this, and then I'm not going to do any more after that. I'm just going to pick one and do it. I'm going to pick one and go, right? Pick one and go. Ooh, that's a nice yellow. Renee said she's looking forward to doing things with her stepdaughter. Renee, do you want to share? How old is your stepdaughter? I mean, you don't have to, but I'm just curious. I think, Renee, I'm with you. I think that's what you're saying, that I think it's muted. Yeah. For the beach. Oh, beach. I love the beach. I wish I lived by the beach. All right, look at. Wow, I'm just being so indecisive. It's going to be yellow. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it. I can't spend like 8 hours. And I don't mean with you guys. I just mean, really, Lael, just pick something and do it, right? Stop being so darn indecisive and commit to something. So I'm committing to this. And I have an idea, I think, on how I can get a little bit more color in over on this side. So don't worry. And probably I'm going to be later saying, well, I really wish I did black, but that's okay. Yellow for the win. Yeah, 4 hours. Okay. Dora, going to Boston on a trip you earned. Congratulations. That's always, to earn a trip, that's awesome. That's the best kind of trip, when you earn it, right? That's awesome. To Boston. We have friends whose daughter went to BU, Boston University. So he's actually there right now. the dad for Father's Day. Yellow for the win, I know. Claudine, how about, so Claudine said, I don't have any plans to do anything this summer. Okay, Claudine, how about, do you like movies? And this is not on my list. This is actually on a different list, but a different list that'll pop up today. One of the things, not looking, well, it is something I'm looking forward to doing this summer, but it won't be on this list, is seeing the movie Top Gun. Top Gun, right? Yes, right? So your list could be movies I'm looking forward, or Jurassic Park, right? Some people, the Jurassic Park movie, really, really into that. And that is coming out. Well, I think it's already out, right? It's out too. I didn't press down on that very well. So your list could say things like that, or books I'm looking forward to reading this summer, movies I'm looking forward to, walks I'm looking forward to taking, people I'm looking forward to seeing. So I know summertime for some people is not, I know some people really don't like summer. Really don't like summer. Oh, right. Summer is late December. So you're looking forward to the end of the year because you're off work. So this is a good point, right? In the southern part of the world, the southern hemisphere, it is not summer, it's winter. So you may be doing an entirely different list. Your list may be things I'm looking forward to doing this winter, right? Claudine, I'm looking forward to Top Gun too. We are actually going to Top Gun tomorrow afternoon. We're taking my dad. My dad was a Top Gun pilot. My dad flew in the Navy, and he was a Top Gun pilot. So we are taking him to that for Father's Day, and I think that will be very fun. All right, here's number 6, and I had to put 6 on a separate stamp just because it did not, yeah, I think I'm liking the yellow. It did not fit on my little stamping block. So probably gonna have to clean these off at some point while we're still working together. Okay, here we go. Things I'm looking forward to this summer. This summer, but without the this. So I wanted to pull in to get a little bit more color over here. Put this on the ground. Where? Hang on. Where, Care Bear? Okay, here we go. Yes, the little puppy stickers. So puppy stickers scaled down, right? They're kind of small. So I thought that might be fun to add a little bit of color and kind of more things going on over here. I think this guy, even though, well, I'd like to say I'm looking forward to the beach, but I'm not going to the beach. So I'm not looking forward to not going to the beach. But we'll have some little cute icons over there. Boys' birthdays. Karen said, boys' birthdays this summer, so I'll probably be broke. Put a little puppy sticker in the corner above the S and then writing this above the R. I know, we'll see where we end up, huh? Okay, here we go. There is that little thing. So it just kind of brings in some color, and it helps to kind of pull this together because all these colors now down there in that corner. All right, so I need to write my list. Maybe I should write the list and then add some of those. That's probably the better idea. Let's do that. When you are working with, am I okay? I think so. When you're working with Distress Oxide inks, oxides are pigment-based ink. They take a little second or two to dry. So wanted to make sure that am I totally dry? Yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and adhere this to this background now with my tape runner that I forgot to get out. I always get a question, which ink do you prefer? Why do you different types of inks out there? But I prefer, just my personal preference, I like the Distress Oxides. They're a pigment-based ink, and I refer to them as like a juicy ink. A juicy ink. What yellow was that, Terry? The one we used here? Mustard? Mustard seed? Mustard seed. To me, mustard seed is probably like the truest, just like yellow. Squeezed lemonade is really bright, but it's super bright. But mustard seed that's kind of yellow. So that's the one I used. All right, let's do our list. Oh yes, I know what I was going to say. So if you are just getting into inks or you don't know a lot about inks, and I am a hack stamper 100%. I am no expert. I just know what I like. I have linked in the description box of the video down below. There's links to 2 articles at the very, very, very bottom. And they are articles that will take you to scrapbook.com. One of them, it talks about the difference between specifically Tim Holtz, his distress inks and the distress oxides. And there are some great examples where it's him, will use a distress oxide and a distress ink side by side. One is a dye-based ink, one is a pigment-based ink, and you can see the difference between the two. I think for the most part, the difference, if you are playing with mixed media, if you're trying to blend or watercolor and you're using different mediums and you want things to happen or things to not happen, then it's really important to know the difference between both inks and how they will play out based on what you're doing and what you want to have happen. But for me, I just stamp with them. So I like the oxides because they're juicy. I feel like they give me more coverage. So that is one article. Then there's another article that's also linked down below that talks about just the different types of inks. So dye inks, pigment inks, hybrid inks, different things like that. So they're just very informative. I found them to be very informative as I continue to try to learn, right? Okay, here we go. Things I'm looking forward to this summer. Number 1. Ooh, you know what? Hang on. I need to get a new Sharpie out. Oh yes. You guys won't be able to see this, but let me see if I can do this. I don't know if you can see the difference in those 2 Sharpies. The one on the left, you can see the nib, is that right? The pen part, I don't know, whatever it is totally worn down because I write with them so much. So once it starts to get a little bit worn, not a little bit worn down, a lot worn down, I just grab a new one. Black ink. Sheila said, which is a good black ink? For me, Sheila, and for the way that I stamp and how I like to stamp and the look that I like, this one, the VersaFine Claire. It's a Sukaniko. It's a pigment-based ink. So pigment, in my world, juicy. This is by far my favorite. My friend Amy, who we were talking about earlier, turned me onto this ink. So that is the only type of ink I carry on my website. It is just the black one because that's the one I use. That's what I like. And you guys, obviously, if you have a personal preference and you're in the chat, please, please, please feel free to pipe up. Okay. Wait, Oh, Jessie. Jessie said, I'm not looking forward to my son turning 18 this summer and going off to college. Oh, yeah, it's hard, Jessie. I've been there. It's hard. I know, it's hard. It'll be awesome. It'll be great. It'll be hard, but then he'll get settled and you'll get used to the new normal and then it'll be good. At least speaking from our experience. Okay, things I'm looking forward to this summer. First one, trips in Harvey. So we have 2 planned. Jackson Hole, Wyoming, which is where we're headed next weekend. And the Oregon coast and the redwoods. So I'm very much looking forward to that. We're going with another couple. They have their own, we have our own, and but this one, the Oregon coast, is going to be a 10-dayer. It's going to be a long one, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Those of you that are beach glass fans, sea glass or beach glass, part of this trip is part of this was so that we could go to like the world famous place for beach glass, which is Fort Bragg, California. You cannot take any of the beach glass or sea glass, but if you Google Fort Glass Beach, it's called Glass Beach. If you Google, it's like unbelievable. So I'm very excited to go see that. All right, so here we go. Jackson Hole. So Joe, yeah, Jackson Hole. We're not, maybe 5 hours, so we're not far from Jackson Hole. Debbie said you were just at Oregon Coast for a week at Lincoln City. It's your favorite place. That's one of the bucket list. Oregon, that whole drive, the Oregon Coast bucket list, big time. As is Glass Beach. So, and the Redwoods. So we're like hitting 3 bucket list items on that trip. Okay, so trips in Harvey, that's one. Next on my list is Vicky coming to visit. Yay. So, she'll be here for 10 days. Wait. Okay. Summer concerts. Oh, you guys. I love music. We've talked about this before. I love music. So, we've done 2 of the 5 for this summer. Very interestingly enough, 4 of the 5 were all in 10 days of each other, which is kind of crazy. So started with Sting in Las Vegas last weekend. Stevie Nicks. Nick and I saw Stevie Nicks, which unbelievable. That was on Thursday. Tonight, Garth Brooks. These are all outdoor concerts. Garth Brooks. Next week, Chris Stapleton. Oh, again, outdoor. I can't even wait. And then wrapping it up with Usher. And that's when Vicky and I go to Vegas. So very excited about, for me, that is time and money well spent. I get so much pleasure from live music, and yes. So I'm very excited about those. Priest Lake. Tonight is Garth. Yes, tonight is Garth Brooks. We saw him last summer, and yes, tonight's Garth Brooks. And it's going to be like 98 degrees and super high winds. Like we're having like a wind warning. So yeah, that'll be interesting. All right, next up, number 4 is Priest Lake. With our friends, different friends. Hang on. Now I'm writing and thinking, so I can't think and write and talk at the same time. It's one of my happy places. So peaceful and relaxing. So Priest Lake is in northern Idaho. It's about 20 minutes from the Canadian border. You may have heard of Coeur d'Alene. Coeur d'Alene is similar, but Priest Lake is much more secluded. So not kind of all the craziness. So very much looking forward to that. Let's see. Teaching in person at the 3 Craft Chicks Lake Lottawashi retreat in Spokane. Well, near Spokane. All right, the very last one is pool time. I don't have a pool. Okay, pool time, did I really just say that? I know, even though I really didn't say it. Feeling better about being in a swimsuit. I missed out on a lot last summer because I would not get in a swimsuit. And that is just silly, right? That's silly. I didn't want to be in a swimsuit in front of people. And you know what? I know it's silly. It is what it is. But I just didn't go. And so we have some neighbors that Nick and some of the guys would go golfing, and then they would go to the pool after that on Sunday. And I was always too busy. I have to work. I have work to do. I've got orders or design, or I can't go. And that is sad because I missed out on a lot of things. But guess what? It wasn't because I needed to work. I mean, I always have work to do, always. But it's because I didn't want to be in a swimsuit in front of people. So that's just silly. And it is what it is. But I'm more healthy now than I was last summer. Still not like, let's get real. Still not like walking around in a bikini, but feeling a little bit better. But then also I'm like, well, that's just stupid. It's silly to let something like that rule your life, right? So, yep, I'm looking forward to pool time this year. All right, there we go. Yeah. Let's see if we want to add a few of these. Oh my goodness, you guys, it's 11:41. I mean, I don't have an end time today, but holy cow, there's a lot. This has been a long list because we did a lot of trying and playing. Well, I know well, let's see. He's already over there, but could he go here? Should he be over here somewhere? Oh yes, he's cute there. He's gonna go there. They're like talking to each other. They're calling across the spread to each other. Oh, these would be cute. See, okay. These can't go that way because clearly they're meant to go that way, but maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, okay. What if, I don't know. That's probably then bringing in way more color than I want. Right? Although look at, again, so I used some of these this week. These are the Ellie Studio puffy shapes. And I used some last week with our colors like matched perfectly of those with that washi tape from 49 and Market. But it's funny because look at even those colors, like they could all totally work with what we have going here. But, oh, I don't like those there. Maybe taco. I feel like I need a sun. There's no sun on here. Is there a sun in here? Oh, there is a sun in here, but it's really big. This is the sticker book. Let's see. Diane, this is funny. Diane said, I am the same, but I think cat looks better tan. So close your eyes, friends. Fat. Yes. Yes, fat, I 100% agree. Fat looks better tan. I am a huge proponent of self-tanner. That is what I do. It's self-tanner. And I don't know, it's not good, especially, well, it's never good to be out in the sun, right? When we were kids, we'd, slather butter on our bodies and then go bake in the sun, but not good. And also, I don't have hours to work on my tan to go sit in the sun. So self-tanner. It's a healthy way. Oh yeah, no. Nope, no sun. I bet I have another sticker somewhere. I'll find another little sun sticker somewhere. I'm sure I have a sun somewhere. So I think for now, we'll probably leave it like this for now. Except I want a word strip sticker there. So, small talk. Let's see what we have for small talk. Hi, Bridget. You made it live. Oh, that's fun. We're excited to have you. Let's see. Be open to whatever comes next. That would work, right? Because that could happen. Be open to whatever comes next this summer. Because who knows, right? Oh, good things are going to happen. Let's do that. That's a better one. Good things are going to happen. If this goes right about here. Yeah, I like it there. So I pulled that from here, small talk, but if you have the sticker book also has a full sheet of word strip stickers that are kind of summer themed. All right, I think that's it, guys. And then I think I am going to, maybe, let's see. Not that one. Where's my white pen? Where's the 10? There we go. So maybe I need to date this. So I'm going to use my white pen on the blue bucket. right, 6:22. Okay, there's some kind of golf tournament happening this weekend, isn't there? Some kind of golf tournament happening this weekend because I can hear Nick in the other room. Terry, we do not have a time limit today. Nope. So thank you, because I know Terry, Colleen's always the did you plug in and do not disturb watcher, and Terry's always the do we have a time limit watcher. So I love that you guys are always have my back. Yes, because sometimes I like literally run out the door as soon as we're done and we get on the road. All right, so there we go. I will probably, I don't know what, I've got to do maybe something over here, maybe another word strip sticker or something because it's just kind of plain up here, but that's it for now. Okay, US Open, there we go. All right, that's our first list. Now, 2 of our lists today are going to be a little bit longer like that one, and 2 are going to be pretty short and sweet. So now we're going to move on to a short and sweet. But what I need to do really quick, this is a good time if you need to go to the bathroom or grab something to eat or drink. I just need to pick all of these things up and get them off to the side. Because if I keep going with all of these things and then we just keep building where I'm working, it'll be a mess. It will be a giant mess. So, oopsie, things are flying. I'm going to grab one of my little pouches and put all of the Summer Lovin' things in here so they are together. And I think that I might want to, these are just so cute. I just feel like they need to be used for something. So we'll shove those in there too. And let's get all these. Oh yeah, there's another sun, but it's way too big. Way too big. All right. So this Summer Lovin', as I'm putting away, it's just kind of a good all-purpose summer, right? It has not really camping, but it has a little camper. It has fireflies. It has fruit. It has suns. It has flowers. It has little swimming pool things, bikes and trikes, and with the flowered banana seat. Yeah, so it's just kind of a good all-purpose summer. All right, there we go. Oops, one more. Again, now if I had someone that was just next to me, I'd say, here, put this all away. Put this all away nicely, because you guys should see this mess of a room I'm in right now. It is pretty bad. There's just trays. There's my lipstick. Trays like this, okay? But now the trays have overflowed my my project cart, so now there are a bunch of extra trays that are just all over the floor. So it's not pretty. Okay, second list. Second list we are doing, oh yes, second list we are going to do, we're gonna do currently. So here we have, ooh, I didn't quite get enough. Hang on, I need to add a little bit of adhesive right here along the side because it was kind of lifted when I turned the page, which we don't want that. Okay. All right, next lists. Okay, so I have 2 single page lists that we'll do today. One of them is currently, and the other one is obsolete. That's what it's called. But we're gonna do currently first, and then we'll do obsolete, and then we'll do in the news. So let me look at currently. Oh, I didn't write anything there. Currently, I am going to do directly on the insert, as opposed to on a piece of paper like that. I'm going to do it directly on the insert. And you can see I had used my little pencil to write that down, so I remembered where I wanted to do things. So let me just get that erased. So currently is one of my new stamp sets. Let's bring this back in because we're going to need that. And currently, there we go. One of my new stamp sets. And the idea behind this stamp set is this is a great way to document you. Well, or really document anyone, right? But this for me, I'll be documenting me, and I'll be doing that, like I said earlier, probably once every 3 months or once a quarter. So you have currently for your title, and then you have 23 other stamps that are different words. So watching, listening, reading, learning, thinking, hoping, wishing, discovering, enjoying, liking, disliking, loving, going, doing, drinking, eating, feeling, trying, planning, praying, considering, celebrating, playing. So lots of different options, right? So that's what I'm going to do for this list. And I probably won't use the exact same ones every time. So maybe I'm doing a lot of reading right now, but maybe in 3 months I'm not reading at all. So I could either say reading not much or reading nothing or no time, or I could just not use reading the next time. So that's my thought. You have lots of different options and you choose, you choose which prompts that you want to use and when. So we're going to outline this. Where's this? Sorry, I was thinking something. And then I lost my train of thought. I was thinking ahead on something. Because these are going to be 2 separate lists. But they will probably end up looking very similar. So we might as well just go ahead now and outline them both. I still am going to have to decide. These may not go together. All right. So what I do currently, I want to, let's pick a color, any color, right? So I'm going to stamp currently in a color, and then I will stamp just in black all of, my individual prompts. So I think what I would need to do first is figure out washi, because I need to have a little bit of color, and that's how I'm going to get the color here. That is how I'm going to get the color. And I just have to think about what I'm doing over here, because this one will also have washi. So I don't want those two to contradict each other. So what could we do? So I'm just I'm looking on the floor. No, I can't use that. I'm looking on the floor. I didn't think this part through. These two going right next to each other. This is when sometimes you get paralyzed because I have so dang much washi. All right, hang on. I am just turning my back to you guys for 1 second while I look at something. Maybe that. Maybe those, I think those two together, because I'm thinking about what's also going to happen over here. So maybe. Those are both Sweet Rush. Oh, no, sorry. That's from Vicky's Sweet Rush collection. This one is from Let's Get Crafty. Oh no, I can't use hearts because hearts are going to happen on the other page. I can already tell I'm going to end up moving this. I know it, because it's not going to work out there. It'll be very odd with what I already want to do. That's okay. So let's do this. Let's get this ready at the bottom. That is a good one, isn't that? Look at that. Just all of that color. It's like so, it's just that white background and then all those pops of color with the, then I think with this black, we'll see if this black works. This, just like the little diamonds, like the layered diamonds. Things I miss about Kansas. Oh, that's nice. I was just reading. I was reading Karen's comment. She just did a list about things that she misses about Kansas. Didn't take long. It was about kids in my condo, sunsets, and summer stuff. Oh, that's nice. Oh, yes, I like those together. All right, here we go. And it's interesting how those kind of, the black and then the black in, let me, hold on. I know it's maybe a little bit harder to see, so I'll hold this up. So I think the reason those go together well is because you have that black that's kind of a double outline on the diamonds, and then the flower. Those are Vicky's hand-drawn flowers, those little things. So that you kind of have that same effect with the thin black. Yeah, so I think that's going to work. Now that's going to drive, that pink is going to drive my title. So I want to pull in that pink, and I bet that is picked raspberry, I bet. I bet that's pretty darn close. Ooh, let's look. Picked raspberry, yep. It's funny, you start to, if you know, colors, like anything, if you start to get to know what you have, and then a lot of times your brain goes, oh, I know what that is. I know exactly what I need there. And sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's not, but sometimes it is. All right, let's use that. Thank you, Melissa. Melissa said, hey guys, hey Squirrel Squad, don't forget to like the video. Yeah, that's so important. So important. Such an easy way that you can support somebody on social media, whether it is, ooh, I didn't clean that off. Whether it is, sorry, whether it is, do I have it? Oh, yes, I do. Okay, guess what? Somebody suggested this last time. Somebody, I had not cleaned off the stamp, and I'm like, oh my gosh, now my wipes are dry, and I don't, whatever. And she said, oh, well, you know what? I keep she said, I keep a little spray bottle in my craft room so that I have water when I need it. There you go. I couldn't remember if I had done that or not. One of those great shared things. So I'm going to just, my wipes are dry. So dried out. So, and actually, yeah, it's not, I didn't clean it before. I did not clean it before, but I think it's just stained the rubber. I don't think I'm going to get any discoloration. So let's see what happens. You really should clean your stamps every time, but I didn't. Well, I think sometimes what happens is I use things and I get in a hurry. Oh, I know what I was doing. I needed to create a sample for the stamp packaging, and I was like crazily trying to get 4 different samples created for 4 different stamp sets, and I used that and then just moved right on to the next thing and didn't clean it. So that's not good. That is not good. But it's fine. Not good, but fine. Okay, let's see if we like the color. Let's like the color. Dandy, did you give me a thumbs down? Dandy said, dang it, muscle spasm, hit the wrong button. So sorry. Oh yeah, look at that. See, this to me, this is why I'm a Distress Oxide fan. Look at that. Look at how just nice and solid and like just juicy. It's such a, it just stamps so beautifully. Yes. All right. So we are going to do the currently up here. Let's just double check to make sure we're going to like that, but I know we will. Okay. So that's going to go right up there. Isn't that going to look nice with the, now if you do this, like I'm going to do this quarterly, this ends up kind of being a summer look to this list, right? Oh, Dandy, you're fine. I'm totally teasing you, honey. Totally teasing you. I get thumbs down. That, you know what? It's part of, I don't know what, I don't understand that. I don't know why anyone on purpose would go take the time on someone's video to give it a thumbs down. It's like, just move on. I'm not saying that you did that, but I will tell you, the number of thumbs down, and I've talked to other people that do YouTube, they're experiencing the same thing. The number of thumbs down that you get on a video, actually, they have decreased quite a bit. As soon as YouTube, you can give a video a thumbs down, but unless you own the video, you can't see the thumbs down. So, and that's just, I guess, like human behavior, right? I think a lot of people give things a thumbs down because they want other people to see that it has a thumbs down. And as soon as other people can't see, they're like, oh yeah, no, I'm not going to waste my time with that anymore if other people can't see a thumbs down. So, Dandy, I will just know that it was you. I think you can. Can't you just like click it again? I don't know. I don't use a thumbs down on videos. And I know you didn't on purpose. Okay, here we go. Should get nice and juicy again. There we go. Look at that. Oh, love that. That's such a good pink. And I love this font. Love this font. This is a modified, Andy, my friend Andy. So Andy K Arts, she's the one who designed Scatter for me. She designed Scatter. So, you know, our little, not this guy, she didn't design him, but our little mascot, that little guy. And she's the one who designs the stamps for me. So, a lot of time spent, you know, brainstorming, coming up with ideas, and then I get those ideas to her, and then she does all the artwork. So this is a modification of a publicly available commercial font that you can buy, but then she modified it to kind of make it a little bit more unique for me. Okay, so there we go. Currently, now I need to decide which ones I am going to use, and I think there's a lot of lines here. And I have enough stamps, I could do every line, but I think I will probably do maybe an every other. I think I'm going to do an every other. And I also think I'm going to come in with my black pen, and I'm just going to draw a little line. Okay, hang on. I'm going to actually use a pencil first. To make sure I like it. Yeah, I do. Okay. Oh my goodness. What kind of, that was not even straight. That's funny. I used a ruler and I totally didn't even get it straight. Oh, darn it. Oh, well, it's fine. Okay, so I can just basically go right on that line now. Hold on. Pencil is your friend. Pencil is your friend. I always use a mechanical pencil. We've got the little scatter one. And then eraser, retractable eraser is handy also. Okay, so we're back to this, and I'm just going to do this will be like just a little visual separator. Like that. And then my list will start here. So I think I'm going to do every other one. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, wait a minute. What did I do? This is why, yeah, well, don't mind me. I just did 2 in a row. Okay, so 12. I have room for 12, right? And if I wanted to really, well, no, I couldn't. I was going to say this could be a 2 column, but then you wouldn't have any room. All right, so what should we start with? Which ones do I want to use? Watching. So not watching. I'm not watching any TV at the moment. I'm not watching anything at all. So no watching. Hold on. I'm looking. Hang on. Let me see. So Ms. L, Ms. L is talking about algorithms in the chat. Yes. Any kind of activity. Activity. That's the whole algorithm that YouTube wants to know that people are actively engaged in whatever you're doing. And activity helps that for sure. But that's also, I know how some of you have found me because there's a lot of activity on when we're together doing this. And so YouTube will suggest videos like this. Let's see. Terry. Okay. Julie, you're going to Chris Stapleton tonight. I'm so excited for you. We're going on Thursday. Same thing. We bought the tickets 2 years ago. And then COVID and yeah. All right. So let's see. So watching, I'm not going to use watching. No, watching in the winter, I'll probably use watching because I end up watching some TV in the winter, but not right now. I don't know. Just not. Let's see. Reading. Okay. I'm going to use reading, but this is going to be funny because I just read a book and I do not even remember. Actually, I read 2 books. I am a voracious reader when I give myself time to do it, which I don't do very often. Because to me, it feels like it's just too, I just have other business things I should be doing. So Nick was out of town So I started and finished a book on Sunday, and then I started and finished another one on Monday. And then I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to stop. It's part of the reason why I don't let myself read, because when I do, that's what happens. I just don't stop. All right, so I'm going to use this little guy. Oh, reading, here we go. But this is funny. I'm going to write reading. I'm going to stamp reading, but then I'm going to have to look and remember what the name of the book was. It was a Lynn Moriarty book. Oh gosh, what is it? Oh no, I know. There was another one. Colleen, what was her name? Oh no, this is gonna bug me. Anyhow, I'm going to use the reading prompt, and then I will add the name of the book later. The name of one of the books. Okay, so I am still going to do my test stamp. I'm going to use black, that VersaFine, and always a really good idea to have wipes with you when you're stamping. Now, I've used wipes to clean off the stamps, but especially when I use black, I like to do a finger check to make sure that I don't have ink on my fingers. With a stamp like this is pretty small, right? The letters are really small and they're pretty thin. So you want to think about the amount of pressure that you're applying when you're working with a little bit of I want to say delicate, because it's not like intricate, it's just very small. You need to think about what you're doing as you are stamping. And this is when I think it's helpful to practice a little bit. So on a stamp like this, if I just barely stamp it, it's going to be nice and sharp. Okay, it's going to be nice and sharp. But if I do this again and I apply too much pressure, see, look what happened. Look at the difference between those two. Now, it's not necessarily bad, but you just need to be aware. I don't know how well you can see that, but you just need to be aware of when you're working with a more intricate, delicate, I don't know, whatever you want to call it, stamp like that, what different pressure will do. And you want to try to stay with the same amount of pressure throughout, as much as you can, right? Okay. Reading. So I think what I'm going to do, yeah, I'll just, as I go. Oh, but guess what? I don't remember what that book is yet, so I'm going to have to wait. All right, so next up, after reading, is writing and arithmetic. Just kidding. I keep putting this guy away. All right, so after reading, let's go with, am I learning? Learning? I'm probably learning. I'm trying. This is a forever learner, right? What I'm going to write for learning is a forever learner. Just do this off to the side real quick. Okay, good. Learning to not be so self-critical, right? Trying so hard, but that's a hard one to overcome, isn't it? Oh, Carmen, oh my goodness, Carmen said, sorry, my first live and I was late. Oh, don't be sorry. Everyone has lives, right? Things happen, and there's no late. This is kind of like an open house, right? This is like an open house. Think of it. You go to an open house. You don't have to be there at a specific time or leave at a specific time. You can come and go as you please. Learning. To make sure I don't have ink on my fingers. To be less critical of myself. Okay, there we go. Learning to be less critical of myself. That will be a forever learner. Enjoying. For me, traveling again. Oh, and I need to do listening to next, because there we go. Enjoying. Oh, yes. Traveling. That's what I said, right? Traveling again? No. Is that what I said? I think it is. Golly. Nick and I travel a lot. Nick travels a lot for his business, his work. I travel a lot in the spring and fall for sure. For my business, teaching in person. And then we both like to travel too. So now that we're in a position with our, we're empty nesters and kind of at that sweet spot in life where our kids are now older and our parents are still at a stage where they're okay, that we're not, we're in that sweet spot where we can go and be other places than home. Reading, learning, enjoying, listening. So yeah, we've been traveling a lot, which is nice. I've been tagging along with Nick on some of his business trips. We did Nashville and then Seattle. And then we've been doing some other traveling, like we went to Vegas and we've been traveling in Harvey, our RV, and listening. Live music and concerts. Yes. Okay. So this, you guys, traveling again. Thank you. I know. I'm like, I don't know. What did I say? Oh, Ted Lasso. Okay. Ted Lasso. Amazing. Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. Yes. Oh, Schitt's Creek. Oh my goodness, Kathy. Schitt's Creek. I'm going to have to start that one again. I love it. It was so good. So good. All right. So let's see. What time are we? 12:12. Okay. Listening. Oh, okay. It is what it is, guys. I'm just going to put it out there. Don't be concerned. Don't be concerned when I say this. It's going to sound weird. No, I won't say it. I'll do something else. And I'll tell you what I was going to do. And this is just that it's summertime. It's, a last minute impromptu go over to a neighbor's house on Friday night and enjoy some margaritas. It's going to Las Vegas and seeing Sting in concert and being at the pool and enjoying some drinks. And then it's doing this and that. I'm not going to write this because I'm not concerned about it being a problem. But it seems like drinking a lot of alcohol. There's just lots of opportunities for that right now, this time of year. So, but I won't do that because if I say drinking lots of alcohol, that might be, I'll say drinking lots of water with True Lime. And True Lime is like a crystallized lime. It's so good, but it's nothing else in it. It's just crystallized lime. It's like dried lime. All right, nobody's think I need an intervention because I said I'm drinking too much alcohol. Judith K, that washi. So there's two. This one is from Let's Get Crafty. The top one is from the Let's Get Crafty collection, and this one is from Sweet Rush. That is Vicky's Sweet Rush collection. That's one of the washi in her collections. I know, isn't that good? Love it, love it, love it. All right, guys, I think what I am going to do, no, I'm just going to keep going. Frosty beverages, yes. Drinking lots of frosty beverages, right? Yes. Although, I also like my wine, and that's not ever frosty. Elise, hi Elise, so nice to see you. Elise said, as a teacher, we say summer water. It's like regular water, but it has margarita in it. I love it, summer water. Drinking lots of summer water. I love that. I'm going to have to, yes, I am going to have to, my gosh. Yeah, I'm going to have to adopt that. There we go. Yes, summer water as a teacher. Love that. Summer water. You can't find True Lime, Terry. Oh, you know what? So our grocery store has it. Do you have Kroger? I think it's Kroger. We have Smith's, and I think Kroger owns Smith's, so it's there. But I just get mine on Amazon because I literally buy a box of 500. Because I drink a lot of water, and I'm to the point, I can't just drink plain water unless I'm at a restaurant or something, but so I just drink lots of that True Lime with it. Eating, what am I eating? Oh, fresh fruit. Heart this time of year. right? With the fresh fruits. Now that is definitely something I will not be, you won't see that on my list when I do currently in like in December for the winter months or whatever. The fresh fruit will not be on there. Probably like lots of yummy soups and things. Oh, Kelly and Diet Dr. Pepper. So I'm trying trying to have less summer water, trying to not drink soda, but I love Diet Dr. Pepper. I'm gonna have to try that. I know, here's to all the summer water. Cheers, I love that. That's so good. That's so good, Elise. Carmen, the weather in Utah, it's very warm, like mid 90s, mid to high 90s, and it's very windy. Very windy. All right, so I know, this is what I'm going to do. Going. Here's a going. So going, you could say going stir crazy, which I won't, but I am. Or you could say going to, like I could say I'm going to Garth Brooks tonight, right? Or I could say I'm going to the Oregon coast next month, or whatever. I'm going to say going to Garth Brooks tonight. Why not? Going, you make it work for you if you use going. Going. To Garth Brooks tonight. So this is, we talk a lot about listing, and as we do in our listing, that how cool it would be. Like if my mom had done something like this when she was young, I mean, how awesome would that be if I had 10 years worth of these lists to read about my mom or my grandma or my grandpa or my dad or whatever. So a list like this to me is like such a great time capsule list because it's exactly what it is. It's a point in time. It tells a story. This list tells a story of my life, of what's happening in my life right now. If I had done a list like this when my kids were babies, it would have been a lot different, right? Just because it is. So this is an easy way, I think, to be able to tell your story without having to think hard about, oh my gosh, what am I going to say? What am I going to write? And oh, I don't think I'm a very good writer and I don't want to write a whole thing. So that here you go, here's your prompts, and then you answer and off you go. Yes, I will for sure date it, Cindy. That is super, super important. I agree with you. Ooh, maybe there's another stamp that we use for that. Playing. What am I playing? Am I playing anything? I know. I'm playing too many games on my phone. Oh, I know. I'll say I'm playing Wordle. Do you guys play Wordle? I'm a procrastinator. And so if it's something that I don't want to do, or I find it far too easy to play a game on my phone, I'll just play this game for a few minutes, right? And then time gets away from you. Wordle. I love Wordle. Wordle's fun. Wordle. Someone recently introduced me to Quordle. Quordle is 4 Wordles at a time, and it's not Wordle, but it's not the Wordle people, someone else, but it's 4 at a time. So you have 4 little games, I guess, whatever, going at once. And then you put in the one set of letters on one box, on one of the games, and it does it on all 4. So it's quite fun. Yes. Debbie, Wordle and Quordle. Quordle, yes. Playing. If you don't know what those are, Wordle, there was a gentleman who invented that game. I think wasn't his name Wordle? Maybe? Anyhow, you try to guess a word, and it has 5 letters in it, and you only have 5 chances to get it right. It's just kind of fun. And it makes your brain think. Wordle and Quordle. I guess, that makes sense, Quordle, because it's 4. Debbie, Mathler and Countrylor. Wow, what's Wordle Peaks? Oh my, Nerdle. Oh my gosh, look at all these. So here's something interesting, you guys. The last 2 years, at the end of the year, we have done a list, and it is for the year trends. So the end of 2022, we will have a list that's 2022 trends. And I got smart this year, beginning of January, I'm like, I'm going to start a little list in my notebook of the trends so that when it comes to the end of the year, I'm not like, oh my gosh, what were the trends? One of the things that is on my list is Wordle. Wordle will definitely be one of the trends for 2022. That's on my list. Wordle. All right, so reading, learning, enjoying, listening, drinking, eating, going, playing. Oh gosh, Nick made some food in there. It smells good. I wonder what he made. Octortle? Oh my gosh, Scrappy Miss, is that 8? Octortle? Wanda, what's song pop? Oh my gosh, I've been under a rock or something. Song pop. Sons had a dog named Squirtle. Quirtle. Oh, Quirtle. Quirtle. That's okay, because guess what? We have the technology. We just grab our little white pen here, and we write right over the top of that A. And then I let it dry, and then I just write an O over it. We'll never even know. You know, like that little thing. No one's going to know. They're going to know. No one's going to know. Okay, Wordle and Quirtle. All right, there we go. Hurdle is like, hurdle? Oh my gosh, hurdle. Hurdle. Name that tune. I would love that. I got to write that down because Nick and I play Name That Tune in the car all the time. Hurdle. And I just read something that has to be mentioned. Kathy Meredith said she's currently doing the Gina Livy program. She is down 23 pounds so far. Kathy, huge congratulations to you. That is amazing. I am very proud of you. That is, I know it's hard. I mean, I don't mean that. I mean, losing weight is so hard. So good for you. I am very, 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 very proud of you. So look at this, feeling. Feeling, this would be a fun way to work something like that in. So Kathy was listening with us. She could say feeling proud about my 23-pound weight loss, right? Okay, disliking. I better do a liking first, right? We better be positive and then negative. Liking. What am I liking? What am I liking? I know what I'm liking. I am liking taking some time off for myself this summer. I am really liking that. It's not easy to do, but I mean, you know what I mean. It's hard to sometimes make yourself do things that you know are good for you. Liking, taking time off for myself, disliking. So what was I thinking on disliking? No, I don't remember. I don't remember what I was thinking about disliking. I know I said something. Disliking. Oh, I know. I was thinking in my head. I didn't say it. I am very much disliking all the wind right now. Liking weekly sessions with Lael and squirrels. That's so funny. Carmen. So Carmen. Oh yeah, Carmen. Did you just tell me? Did you email me and tell me that? No, maybe that was somebody. Okay, never mind. So Carmen said, Karen, I'll hit you in a second. Carmen said, sorry to ask again. Are these lists that go into the travel journal? I just bought my first one. So yes, that is what I'm working in. I am working in a traveler's notebook. Okay. So when I am, when I am done with one of these, then it goes into, oh golly, that smells good. Actually, I'll grab this one. I'll grab a couple things here. Don't mind me as I'm across the room. So when I finish this, let me put the lid on just so I don't, when I am done with my insert, so I have all the lists done in my insert, then what I come in and do, and I still owe you guys a video on this, just know it's on my list. I take off this cover, I recover it. So I recover it. So here is one that is finished that I have recovered. And then these go into a traveler's notebook cover. That's what I do with them. So here is like one of my travel ones, and the inserts are inside of that. Which this just made me think of something. There's something fun coming related to that. out the window stuff. Okay, hold on. Karen said, you're 29 lost and only eating less. Oh, good for you, Karen. That's awesome. And you just are eating less. That's amazing. Good for you. Good for you. And you know what? Part of it is about, and I'm just speaking from my experience, part of it is about losing weight and maybe feeling better about yourself, but so much, I swear, the older that we get, so much is about healthy, right? For me, and being healthy, you start realizing that, you're not, as you get older, you're not, you don't necessarily have as much time as you did when you were younger, and you have to think about making sure that you're setting your body up for the best it can be in as you get older, right? Wanda, yes, I was thinking about you this morning. Wanda sent me an email about weight loss program. I saw that the other day, and believe it or not, I was thinking about you this morning. What I'm going to do, someone else here had asked me about that a couple months ago, and I wrote her an email. I think I'm just going to copy and paste that email, send that to you. And then from there, if you have more questions, ask. Disliking all of the wind we're having right now. All of the wind we're experiencing. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. I mean, it's like super windy. Okay. And it's a hot wind. All right, last one. Last one on my list is going to be what? Enjoying. I did enjoying. Learning. I did. No watching because I'm not watching. Playing. Am I playing anything? Oh yeah, I already did playing. Drinking, eating. What am I eating? Oh my gosh, I already did eating. Considering. Am I considering anything? Oh, I know. I'll do planning. Hey, that never ends. That's not a bad thing, but sometimes it feels like a chore. Did I do planning? No. Okay, planning. Last one. Planning. I am planning on fall and... No, I'm planning on the project kits for the rest of the year. That's an easy way to say it. Project kits for the rest of the year, which that is golly, that's a process. It is a process. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just a process. Oh. I'm going to say 2022 because I'm running out of room. I'm not planning on project kits. I'm planning, but that's okay. Oh, well. All right, so there you go. That's the gist of it. I need to come back and do reading once I go back and look to see what the name of that book is. I think, do any of you guys use Goodreads? I think that I need to start using Goodreads because I think that would be a way that I will not forget the things that I read. I read a ton, but then do you ever do that where you get a book? You start reading a book and I get like a quarter of the way through and I'm like, wait a minute, I think I read this before. I will fix that later. Okay, last thing I want to do is, what did I do with those? Let me see. No, I don't know what I did. Okay, let's pull out the labels there. Let's look. There we go. I think what might be fun would be to stamp this label, maybe that one, that one, yes, I'm going to stamp that label, sorry, and then I'm going to write, and then I'll stamp the date. Ooh, hang on, let me get this put away. I'm going to stamp the date inside of that after I stamp that label. And I'm going to stamp it in that same picked raspberry because I just like it. Like the picked raspberry. And then I'll write the date in it and it will be dated. We talk about dating our list a lot. To me, that's very important that you should date your list because especially a list like this. Well, did she write that in 1998 or was it 2022? Now, I know some of you will be like, well, hello, if all of your lists are dated, you clearly know that if this is June 2022, this is probably sometime around that time, but I think it's important to date them. So I encourage you to do so. All right, so if we do that right there, oh yes, I think that will be fun right there. Okay. And then we will, so Goodreads, Cindy, Goodreads is a place, and actually I've listened to a podcast about the husband and wife that invented Goodreads. But Goodreads is it's an online website where you can keep track of the books that you've read, the books that you want to read. You can it'll give you, I think, book suggestions. I believe that Amazon ended up buying Goodreads for a very large sum of money. Because, then they can complete the circle. Oh, you read this book, you might like this book, and oh, guess what? Click this link and you can buy this book. All right, so we're going to see, first of all, we have to stamp. We'll test stamp because we always do that, right? Test stamp. Oh, yes, I like it. Okay. But I am not obviously going to stamp that on top of the washi because that would be a disaster. That would not work at all. So I need white cardstock, and I will stamp it on white cardstock, and then, oh, you know what I'm going to wish I had? I don't know. We're starting to investigate. I have someone that I have work with me on some product development just because I can't do it all. So we're starting to investigate some dyes maybe. And I tell you what, right now is when I would really love a dye. Now, you've never seen me use dyes because I would use, if I'm going to make dyes, I'm going to make them for the way that I need them, right? So dyes, like something like this, all these great labels. Oh my gosh, wouldn't it be awesome if I had a dye that would then just run that through my machine and it cuts that out? Well, we don't have that yet. I know, wouldn't it be fun? You could have dye for currently. You could have like a little add-on dye set for any of, well, not any of the stamps. I won't say any of the stamps, but for a lot of the stamps, you could. So we'll see. We'll see if we get there. Now, just don't want to get ink everywhere. Look if I had a dye, I would have been done by now, wouldn't I? So one of the things that we talk about on a stamp like this, so let's just talk about like these label stamps for a minute. What I need to do is I have a lot of the Distress ink colors. I have a lot of them. But I probably stick with maybe the same 10 or so that I use all the time. So what I would like to do is just go ahead and stamp a whole bunch of these stamps, right, in all different colors so that I just have them. And then they're already stamped. So anytime I need a label, I just find the color that I want and then it's already stamped. And then if I really wanted to be industrious, I could then also fussy cut them so they'd really be ready to go every time. Okay. Sorry that you have to watch that. It's like watching paint dry, right? Sorry. Okay, here we go. All right, so this now, I think would be cute. Right about there, right? Look at that. I love that. The scallop just makes me happy. Scallop makes me happy. So now I think what I'm going to do, oh, careful. I am going to use maybe this one. Roller date stamp. So last time I used this was the 16th of April. It is the 18th of June. Oh, 18 June. So this is, I have a couple of different roller date stamps on my website. I don't know, maybe 5. And they're all, no, I don't know, 3, whatever. They're all a little bit different. So this one is in the, I'll say non-US. Oh, I caught it. I got it, Colleen. Thank you. My grandma nudged you, who nudged me. Because right when I looked up, I saw it was 12:34. Thank you. All right. So Oh, this is the non-US date stamp. What I mean by that, it's days, month, year. And that's, I know that's European. I don't know if that is other parts of the world. I don't know if that's like Canada, but that's not US. We do month, day, year. But it's just kind of a little bit of a different format. All right, now, again, you might think, well, why would I test stamp this? Because always, if you're in the habit of always, always, always test stamping, then you just always do it because you need to make sure that things are straight and it's the right date. I didn't accidentally change something for a year or something. And then I can also test how it's gonna look right in there because I have my little test stamp. And I like it, that's going to work. So let's re-ink this puppy. Now, really what I should have done if I was smart, I should have stamped the label and then put the date stamp there and then cut it out because then it's not going to move around a lot. Because I didn't do that, I'm going to go ahead and adhere this right now and then I will stamp on top of it because it's just will be easier that way, I think. Okay, there we go. Now let's ink that up just a second. Oh, Nancy, right, could be military, right? Debbie, listen, Debbie, we use it at NASA. Debbie, do tell, what are you doing at NASA? All these things I don't know about you guys. You guys pretty much know everything there is to know about me. I'm kind of an open book. But yes, Debbie, do tell. Oh! Look what I did, friends. Do you see what I did? And that happens. So there's a couple things I could do here. If you can't see, I lost my pretty much entire year. Now I can't try to stamp again. I can't stamp that date stamp again. It will not work. It'll be a mess. So I can either come in and try to write it in. Okay, I'll leave it that way for now, but probably what I'll end up doing is I'll probably come back and stamp again and then do it, okay? But we're okay, we're good. All right, so that is the currently list, and I will come back in later and add the book because I cannot remember the book. The only other thing that I might do here, let's grab, so, oh no, actually, was that from Color Study? You know what? That's not from Sweet Rush. Judith K., if you're still here, that is from Color Study. That's not from Sweet Rush. Because I pulled it out of this compartment, and this compartment's Color Study, this little compartment. I think I need something, just maybe a little bit more color up there. So let's look at, where's the sticker book? In here. Sticker book. Let's see if we can find something. I'm thinking maybe a little colorful flower. Oh, this collection was so good. Oh, or look, or we could do a butterfly. Where would the butterfly sit? Yeah, that doesn't, butterfly, unless, actually that'll work. It is going to just bleed off a little bit. Yeah, that'll be fine. And that just gives a little bit more color up there. It kind of helps to balance because up until that point, it was really bottom heavy, right? All of the color was kind of bottom. So that will just help to balance things out a little bit. And we'll just cut this guy off. All right, so today is all about, well, the next two lists, really, the format is all about being inspired by someone else, okay? So next list is the one that's called obsolete. And this is kind of a dovetail of the list that we did last time we were together. The list that was called, did I put that away? Oh no, that's Sweet Rush. That's why I got confused. The list that was called like things we didn't know would be a thing or whatever it is back then, the back then list. So this one is now things that are obsolete. That one was, oh my gosh, look at all these newfangled things that we didn't even know would be a thing back then. This list is things that are obsolete, things that used to be a thing that are no longer a thing. But I'm just going to call mine obsolete because that's a much shorter title than things that used to be a thing that are no longer a thing. I just have to real quick. I'm going to clean this guy off. And then we'll keep going. How's everybody doing? Are we hanging in there? Are we hanging in there? I miss these, you guys. When I'm not with you, I just miss these. And we'll talk about it again at the end, but we won't be together for the next 2 weeks because I'm traveling. So just know that to watch for that. Don't be sad. Okay, or you can be sad. Where's the thing for this? Did I put it away? Oh my gosh, the whole house is shaking because of the wind. The concert is going to be maybe interesting because I don't think it's supposed to taper down until like 10 tonight. Although, even though it'll be high 90s, I think that will help it feel a little bit cooler, maybe, right? Maybe help it feel a little bit cooler. Oh yes. What? Sorry. I don't know. Oh yes, okay. And being inspired. Okay, being inspired. Someone, let me see what her name is. Lynn Darda. So Lynn sent me this very cute card. She's quite the, look at stencil, right? So she did some, I think that's a stencil. I'm pretty sure that's a stencil, but she's really cute and you're one cool kid. It's just a darling card. So in it, she is thanking me. Oh, okay. I had to remember that. She sent me this for the 2-year anniversary. Then just said, I've just enjoyed and thank you. You've given me a new appreciate. Feel like doing all this again and I haven't for a while. Anyhow, that's the gist of the card. But what I was very much inspired by was this. So she had bought some of my washi and I read the card, the beautiful card in the front. I read the card and I saw these three together and I'm like, oh my gosh, those are so cute together. So I thought, you know what? This is going to be a super easy list because I'm going to make a title. I'm going to write my list. I'm going to add 3 strips of washi and it is going to be good. So this one is inspired by Lynn Darda. And this is a good kind of thing to think about. Some of you, well, you're probably not here anymore if this is you. But I'm sure some people look at this and they're like, oh my gosh, you just spent an hour and a half on that stupid thing, right? There's not even pictures on there. Why did you waste an hour and a half on that? Well, for me, I'm being crafty. I enjoy this. It's nice that I get something out of it, right? I've got a list out of it, but I enjoy. So I like to spend a lot of time doing this, and some people don't like to spend a lot of time. So you may be like, oh, I want to play, but I don't have a lot of time to do this. So here's a super, super, super easy way to do a list. So that's what we're going to do next. This list is going to be called obsolete. And I am going to use some alphabet stickers. These are Felicity Jane. So this font is called Aspen. So it's kind of tall and skinny. I used Felicity Jane alpha stickers, puffies, on this list as well. I think this one's called Amanda. I think maybe that's Amanda. But puffy stickers, but nice, good font, black, so black's easy. But easy, easy, easy. So if you're like, I don't have stamps, or I don't want to invest in stamps, or I don't have the time to mess with stamps and do stamping and all that, well, stickers. That's what I'm going to use for this list. I'm just going to spell out obsolete. Now, as I do that, I am not going to put my stickers directly down onto my paper yet. I am going to use my ruler, and I'm going to do my ruler trick. Actually, we should get some of this stuff picked up. It's a mess. It's a mess. All right, so I'm going to use my ruler trick, and with the ruler trick, I spell my title onto the ruler. It's partially on the ruler and partially off. So I'm using one of the horizontal lines on the ruler to just go ahead and spell my word. Obsolete. So this list, things that are now obsolete. that at one point in time were kind of a big part of our lives or a big part of our society or whatever. So, obsolete. Gerda, I love it. Gerda said, I spend a lot of time on my list too. I can list all day. Retired. Good for you. You know what? It's any kind of hobby. If I was knitting, probably no one would say, oh my gosh, I can't believe you spent 28 hours making that sock, right? It's a hobby, right? And with our hobbies, it's you do you, right? If we want to take a whole bunch of time to do something, then we should. But they don't all have to use a ton of product. They don't all have to take a lot of time. Obsolete. And yes, I enjoy it. Nancy said, I love crafting with you. I'm making journals and love having someone to craft with. And you know what? Here's another thing. Like I said at the beginning, I know a lot of you have never done a list, but you're still here, or you're still here sometimes, or you're still here every time. Obsolete. Because maybe list making, doing creative listing is not for you. It's not your thing, not your cup of tea. But you know what? Being crafty is, and it's, I think, a lot more fun to craft with someone sometimes instead of when you're by yourself. Obsolete. So a lot of times, Vicki does her lives on Friday night. So sometimes if I'm working, like trying to get some stuff ready for Saturday, I'll just turn on her Friday Night Live because it's just someone there, right? It's someone there chit-chatting, talking, and you feel like you're not by yourself, which is kind of fun sometimes, especially when it was during the early days of the pandemic, when we were like literally, by ourselves all the time. Obsolete. Really quick, let me look at the chat. QQQ. Where's the pouch from that you just put the stamps in? Diane. So there are I've got two different things that I use. These are from scrapbook.com. That is a 4x4 size. That is linked in the description box of the video. They've got, 5 or 6 different sizes of this. So I do the 4x4s in there, and then also the 5x7s. That also is that's a 6x8. So 6x8 or 5x7 would fit in there. Then this one. This is, I think Studio Calico. And it's kind of a heavier, plastic sleeve. But I try to keep all of my stamps in sleeves or some kind of pocket like that, just because it just helps keep them protected. But then you're not all the time, taking out of the package, putting in the package. All right, obsolete. Here we go. My obsolete is my title. So I've spelled it on my ruler. The reason I do that is I can find where the center is. Now, soon, you might have another tool available to you from me that will also help make doing some of your centering a lot easier than math. Because math and this kind of thing in my mind don't go together. So news at 11 on that one. Okay, but I can put my stickers there and I can just move this around. Do I want it to be left justified? How about right justified? Ooh, do I want it to go down here? Do I want it to be at the bottom? Do I want it to be at the top? Do I want it to be at the top and I want it to be centered? So I can just move because they're not sticking yet, right? I can just move and say, I think about, what if we have it line up about right there or higher? Do I want it to line up on the line? On the line? We'll have it line up on the line. How about right here? So obsolete, because we might, whoopsie, right there. We might need a little bit more room at the bottom for our 3 layers of washi. So now all I'm doing, I'm pressing those stickers down now, and then lightly remove, I guess, the ruler, and then there you go. I have those centered-ish, right? Centered and straight. But this little guy needed to move just a tad because it's a little bit harder for him to get straight. Okay, there we go. Obsolete. Now, I need a little period. So I'm going to do this. I probably won't do a question mark. So we're going to just do this little guy right here. Obsolete. This is things that are obsolete. So that's really dark list right now, right? I mean, it's dark. It's black. That's what it is. All right, so now what I'm going to do is let's come in and do our inspiration effect. No, oh, here it is. And I don't want to, I don't want to infringe upon Lynn's privacy. I don't think that she would mind. And she didn't write anything that was, super private, but I don't want to, that is not my decision to make. So I'm just going to put that right there like that. And then here we go. So she started out on the bottom with the outlined hearts. Okay, so this is one of my, I think I have like 12 or 15 washies or something now. So the collection is growing and we're doing more. So more are coming. There we go. Let's cut this off. Now you see before where I'm like, ooh, golly, I need to start thinking about what I'm going to put here, because what's over here, it might get weird, but it was fine. So here we go. There's that. And then above it, we're going to use the stripe. And we'll go like right there. And then we'll go with the mini hearts right above it. That combo together I thought was just so cute, and I liked the way she layered them. So there we go. Right there. And now we're ready to list. So things that are obsolete. Let me look at my list. And I think I don't know if I finished that list ever. Look at, this is how, remember we said about how much time I prepare? Not much. I shouldn't say that. There's a lot more that goes into it. What I mean is, in terms of what I want to do, there's my title, there's the washi. And I have my list here. So this can be a run-on list. The only problem is with this run-on list, I don't know how many things I'll have. I need something right there. I have an idea. It's percolating. Hang on. Let me look. Let me see. Oh, okay, maybe. Look at. So, not this guy, because this is clearly way too big. But I was thinking, so Vicki had a stamp, but it's probably too big. Let's look. Isn't that funny? I've gone back to color study just because I happen to use it for the washi. No. Wait, no. Wrong colors. That's not going to work. Wrong colors. I need something, I think, to go in there. I'll have to figure that out later. I don't know what it will be, but... oh, well, maybe. Hang on. I don't know. That's probably a lot of too much of a bunch of nothing. No. Yeah, I'll figure that part out later. It's going to take me a little bit of time to figure out what I want to do down there. So, to make our list, I am going to use the bullet stamp. So let's grab the bullet stamp. The bullets and more. This one is called List Builder currently. This one is called List Builder Bullets and More. Trying to, my whole thought process behind releasing stamps is stamps that work for what we do, listing, right? So a lot of the stamps have to do with building your list. That's why they're called List Builder. So as I start here, I don't know, an arrow just popped into my head. You suppose I can find an arrow anywhere here, friends? An arrow. I need an arrow. Okay, I'm just going to, I want a big arrow. No, I don't. Okay, I've got too many thoughts in my head right now. Too many thoughts. What if we try to use the green? What if we try cracked pistachio? So I'm all over the board. Oh my goodness, Tracy, look at, okay. Okay, Lil, take a break. Have some water. Oh my goodness, there is an arrow on my bullets. Duh. Wow. Okay, blonde. Just blonde, that's all. Okay, had some water. Tracy, prior to that, on her list had said obsolete card catalog and ice cube tray. I love it. I'm adding those to my list over here because neither of those were on my list. You guys, what other things? What are things in your head? What are other things that are obsolete? What do you think? What are other things that are obsolete? I can't believe there's an arrow on my bullets. How funny is that? Okay. All right, don't everybody talk at once. Don't everybody type at once. Yes, we'll start with that. I think we're going to start with black though. Ironing. Ah, okay. Oh, okay, Dora. Busy signals. Yes, busy signals. So interesting. Carol said ironing. So this is probably a good point to bring up. As we are doing our lists, there may be some things on my list that are not obsolete in your world. So from ironing is not obsolete in my world. I still iron. I just have some clothes that you can't. I have a steamer, but some clothes that the steamer just doesn't do it. Right? Let's just put this over here. Oh yes, I will love that. That will be fun. Oh, okay. Stop the presses. One thing that we need to be thinking of is what happened before this list, okay? And this is a really good thing to keep in mind. What happened before this list? So I have this little puffy sticker over here, right? It's still relatively flat, but you know what? When I start here, I am going to at some point run into that, and it's going to cause a problem on this list. If I'm writing or stamping, it's going to cause a problem. That's when something called a pencil board comes into play. So pencil board is basically a flat surface that you can write on or stamp on. So in this case, this Nancy Golison made this for me and sent it to me. It's just thick cardboard with some pattern paper on it. There are pencil boards that are available. I don't know where you find them, but wherever, what's that thing? Wherever something are sold, whatever. But really, you just need something that's a little bit thicker and flat. So when I put this here, anything I'm writing or stamping on is now using this as the surface underneath, as opposed to that. Oh my gosh, you guys are coming up with some good ones. Carbon paper. Wow. My list is for what is obsolete. Exactly, Carol. And that's exactly how it should be. When we do our list, we should all do it for our own purpose, right? For me, I wouldn't put ironing on my list because it is not obsolete in my world. For Carol, it's totally obsolete. So, yeah, you put what's on your list. Absolutely. Summer water just popped into my head again. Ditto machines. Oh my gosh, ditto machines, alarm clocks, wake up calls. Nick still does a wake up call when he goes to a hotel. I'm like, oh, Nick, come on. Alarm clock. I have lots of things on my list, but I'm adding as you guys are talking. Oh, paper money. That's interesting. More and more, well, like when we were in Las Vegas, in a lot of cases, places don't take paper money. And that started, at least here in the US, it started with the pandemic. But yeah, very interesting. All right. Here's another thing really quick we want to talk about before I start stamping. Not only do I need to be aware of what might be bumpy or have a little bit of texture over here that I need to be aware of, the other thing you need to be thinking about is what you did over here. And this is a good example. This will show it very well. When I go to this list, do you see how there's some shadowing or ghosting on this page? See how you can see currently backwards, mirror image right there? That means when I go to do this list, I can't do my list directly on this page. I'll want to do something like this, where I put it on paper and then adhere it. I bring that up right now because I'm about ready to stamp a big old black arrow. Before I do that, I need to check the page before to make sure that I am not not bleed through, the shadowing or the ghosting. It's not bleeding through, it's shadowing or ghosting. that it's not going to affect a list I had done here. So if, for example, where is one? We might not see one. Yep, we're not going to see one. If this list was actually right here, I probably wouldn't want to do my arrow because my arrow would go through to this other side. Okay, so you just need to be thinking. Just be thinking about what you're doing before you do it. Look what was before you and after you, and make sure you'll be okay. And I'm okay. We just went through that. Oh, but I moved my pencil board. That would not be okay. Okay, so we're going to do this. About right there. There we go. Obsolete. That's kind of a very black line, like boom boxes, yes, right? Dial-up modems. Oh my gosh, right? When I hear dial-up modem, the thing that I think of right away is AOL.com, not AOL.com, AOL. AOL. Back then, when you had AOL as your email, and it had to dial up, well, at least we had to dial up, and so you'd hear that funny noise as it dialed up. All right, obsolete. Things that are obsolete. Things that are obsolete on my list. So I need to do some kind of bullet, and I won't do. Maybe what I'll do is I will do. How about that outlined circle? So it's just a circle that is just an outline. I think that's what I'll do. We'll try it. We'll try it. So I'm taking that stamp and I am putting it on the stamping stylus because this little stylus makes using little stamps like that, oh my gosh, so easy. Because what I want to do, I actually won't do it on my first one. First thing on my list, cassette and 8-track tapes. Right, isn't that funny? Cassette and 8-track tapes, obsolete, right? Obsolete. So I'm going to do a bullet here. Now, normally, I'm going to do my bullets in between each thing on my list, but I'm going to put one at the end of this right now. I'll probably put one at the end and at the beginning. Okay, so look how easy. There's my little bullets and how easy it was to just ink, go, ink, go, ink, go. All right, cassette and 8-track tapes. Phone booths, right? Phone booths are obsolete. There are still some around. There are still some definitely in London. The iconic red phone booth, right? Cassette, 8-track phone booths, rotary dial phones. So a lot of these things on my list are technology. Oh, Blockbuster movie rentals, right? Right, totally. And here's another one, landline phones. And again, this maybe not for you, but in my world, we haven't had a landline phone in forever. Landline telephones. Pagers. Remember that? Pagers, your beepers. My beeper. I used to have one way back when, the beeper, and all it would do was beep. Because it'd be like one person. And then they got really technical, and then no, actually, you had a beeper, you'd beep, and then you'd call into a service or something, and it would tell you the message or whatever. And then they got a little bit more advanced, and they had a little display on them, and it'd tell you the phone number, and then you'd have to find a phone and call the person. And then I think you could eventually type things. I don't remember. Yellow pages. Oh yes, yellow pages. Do I have that on my list? Nope, I'm adding it. Yellow pages. Okay. Yellow pages. Good one. I love that you guys are suggesting things too. We never had one of these, but like a laser disc player. Floppy disks, right? Isn't that funny? A floppy disk. floppy disks, fax machine, right? Fax machine. I know they still exist, but at least on their way to I don't know, being obsolete. Oh, I did. That's funny. Yellow Pages. I had phone book on mine. So I'm also going to put the phone book. I don't even know if you can find a phone book anymore, right? So Wanda said arcades. I don't know. We have here something called Nickelcade. That's like not nickels. I think way back in the day it was maybe nickels, but so I still see a little bit of those here. Typewriters. And that's also, it's some people I have a couple typewriters, but that you could like do my journaling on for a scrapbook page or something like that. But in the general sense of the word, right? Typewriters. Hi, Francis. So it's interesting. Francis said LPs and 45 records. So it's interesting because LPs, what they were called long plays or something, LP, is that what it's called? Like records and have actually been making a comeback for a number of years because our son Jack is really into records. So you'll still have some artists that will put out records, and I think they say that music quality that you get in a record is unlike anything else, and I don't know that, but that's what they say. That's what they say. Address what? Address, is that supposed to be address books? An atlas. Interesting, right? So Shauna Marie said encyclopedias. That was another one that's on my list, although it won't fit there. So, okay. And again, this is, I'm saying a film camera. Now, there are still photographers that only shoot film, right? Only shoot film. Again, it's a quality thing. So a little bit film camera. Oh, film cameras. I should probably put an S on that. Now I can do encyclopedias. Encyclopedias, right? I mean, think about it. There used to be people that made a living selling encyclopedias. Okay, then I also have on here paper maps. Now, not necessarily obsolete, but certainly not what they used to be. I think I've told the story before that my parents divorced when I was in high school, and my dad moved back to Southern California, and my grandparents lived in Southern California. So like summer breaks and things, we'd go to Southern California, and I would drive. My sister and I would drive. And back then, like if you needed to go anywhere, there was no GPS. You couldn't just put it in your phone. We didn't have a phone. The phone was the thing that was on the wall. I don't even know if we had cordless phones back then. But my dad would give me a Thomas guide. And that was how you got around in Southern California, which was like this giant spiral map thing, right? Think about how much easier. If your profession is a taxi cab driver, so much easier now. Could you imagine an Uber driver without having like their phone or your GPS to get you where you needed to go? No. Mostly Mandy said the price to develop the film's insane. I bet, right? Oh my gosh, Cindy, leg warmers. Love it, love it, love it. Here's another one. Calculators. Unless you're in high school and you have to buy the $200 scientific calculator, which, why, right? Why? But calculators. AAA triptych. Yeah, yes. I know that was kind of similar to like a Thomas guide, right? Calculators. Oh, here's one. Atari. Remember Atari? The video game console thing? That was way back in the day. That was me. A VCR, right? VCR. I couldn't even a VCR or even a DVD player. We don't have a DVD player either. VCR and DVD players. And again, this is just in my world. You may still have those things, and if you do, then good. Then those things wouldn't be on your. Ooh, whoopsie, that got a little scawampus, didn't it? card catalog. Right, because you don't go to the library and look things up in a card catalog anymore, right? Wanda uses a calculator. Yep. See, there you go. Different people, different things. You just go to the library and get on the computer and it tells you where to find something. Card catalog. Ice cube tray. I love that. All right, I'm gonna have to come back in the chat and see what else you guys had said. Busy signals. I love that one. That's a really good one. Busy signals. Alarm clocks. Again, not everybody. So not making fun. If you still use an alarm clock, good for you. Why did I put a comma there? Don't know. Alarm clocks. All right, so I'm going to stop now. I will come back and I will come back and keep finishing or keep adding to my list. The old pressure cooker. Totally remember that, Francis, because my mom was always like, stay away, because, right, they were dangerous. Let's see. I'm just looking. Yes, Karen, you're right. Karen said calculators are not obsolete. They're on our computers, right? They're on our computers, they're on our phone, they're on our watch. But like a standalone calculator, at least for me. Let's see. It's a Sears Wish Book catalog. True, right? Yes. Well, and you know what? I'll stop my list here, but even it's getting to the point like newspapers, magazines. I'm not saying they're there yet, but the magazine and newspaper industry has changed quite a bit in like the last, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 years. So one day I think they will be obsolete. I know, Karen, they're not obsolete. I'm saying, because we still need a calculator. It's the standalone calculator that that you had, at least in my world. I don't have a standalone calculator anymore because every device I have, I can get a calculator on it. Nancy said catalogs. I'm just having another sip of water while we're taking a quick break before our last list. Incandescent lights, yes. Regular light bulbs. I think it's very hard to find regular light bulbs anymore. I think there was some law put into place on the books that after so many years, I think that's the same way with those tube lights, that everything has to transfer over to LED, like the light bulbs have to be LED, I think. Okay. Bridget, waiting for school closings on the news, right? You'd like turn on the radio or turn on the TV to see if the school is going to be closed for weather. And now you don't. Yep. You get an email or a text or an automated phone message, right? An automated phone message. All right. So I'll come back and finish this little list up later. Because I clearly need to, I'm going to come back in the chat and see what you guys were saying and then spend a little bit more time thinking about some other things that would be on my obsolete list. Yeah, that's a fun one. Well, you know what? In that one, it was just a natural progression from this one. The things we didn't know would be a thing. The things we didn't know back then, then list. These are all the things that are current now. So it just made sense to do, well, what are the things that aren't current now? Again, this could be another 5-10 year list, right? Or a year, maybe. There's things right now that are still very much, we could say cars, because the gas is so expensive, then the cars are obsolete now. All right, so our last list. Our last list is a 2-pager. So I will be here. This list, it looks very stark, right? It's very just like, the title, it's like very bold and stark, but that's the way I wanted it to be, because obsolete kind of, that's what's happening, right? But then we get happy down here. All right, so our fourth list is in the news. In the news is, I do once a month, and I use my in the news stamp set for it. I'm going to do something a little bit different today. I had mentioned that our last 2 lists, so obsolete and in the news, were inspired by different people. This one is the kind of technique I'm going to do over here. On this side was inspired by Amy Sonneman, and she was on earlier. I don't know if she's still on. But yesterday she had posted in the Facebook group some amazing ideas of some of the things that she's doing with some of the stamp sets, some of my stamp sets. So I thought, I'm like, oh, I love that. I want to do that. So that's what I'm going to do. So I need in the news, and I also need, oh, what did I do with that? The library card stamp. Oh, yes. Okay, here we go. In the news and the library card stamp. All right. So when I do this, oh, and I also need, sorry, I also need this one because I'm going to do something a little bit different. Okay. So I always on my in the news, I print out a photo. So this is a 5x7. A 5x7 photo. Karen, I was just reading about your list of new things we never had before. I got to think more about that. I need to hear it. I mean, I need to think about it. Not think about whether we do it. I just need to figure out how it would work. So this is a 5x7 photo that I printed out on my Epson PictureMate. One of the templates that is in the Epson Creative Print app that is free in the App Store, or the whatever the Google version of that is. This is a template that I picked to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 photos on a 5x7. So I pulled that template up in the Creative Print app on my phone, and I moved photos from my phone into each of those placeholders. So obviously none of these are my photo, right? I was not at the Kentucky Derby. Thank goodness I do not have monkeypox. I have not seen Top Gun yet. I was not at the last taping of the Ellen show, although I have been to the Ellen show. Wasn't at the last taping. But anyhow, none of these photos are mine. All of that to say, on my in the news, I like to use photos. That's kind of what I have decided is my format for in the news. So throughout the month, I keep a list of different things that are happening in the news. So I like to watch the Today Show, and a lot of times there's obviously news things happening, and I'll be watching that and I'll go, oh, that's something in the news. And I just have a list that's running throughout the month. I get a couple of not nude feeds. Oh my goodness. News feeds. I get a couple of news feeds on my phone. And sometimes I'm like, oh yes, that's something I'll add to my list. That's something I'll add to my list. So I just keep a running list throughout the month. And not everything ends up on my list, but then that way at the beginning of a month when I'm doing this, I'm not like, oh my gosh, what happened last month? Kind of been doing the work all along. So I then look at that list and I think, okay, so what are photos that would be representative of some of those things on the list? So that's what I did. None of these photos are mine. I go to Google, I searched Marilyn Monroe print, and there's an image. I save it to my phone, and then it ends up on my photo like this. So that's a super easy way to do. 5x7, I need to trim this a little bit. I need to trim the width a little bit, right? So I know, yes, every once in a while I say a word wrong and it's like, oh my goodness, and then I stumble. We did a list once. I just got to tell this story. Yeah, it's over there somewhere. I'll have to find it. We did a list once, and it was chick flicks. Okay, chick flick, right? Chick flicks. And when I wrote the title, a lot of times my letters string together. Well, when I wrote the title, the L and the I somehow kind of connected together. And instead of it saying chick flicks, it looked like it said chick, the 4-letter word that starts with an F. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I'm getting so embarrassed, and it was quite funny, and everyone was laughing at me. So then I had to fix it. So I ended up, but it was a good example. I'm like, okay, if you do something like that, or if you mess up, how could we fix this? And then I ended up stamping something and then writing, and then anyhow, but it was kind of funny. Some of you probably remember that. That was a funny day, I know, right? Yeah, chick flicks. Never think of chick flicks the same again. All right, so I have to trim this down, the width, even though this is 5 and this is technically 5, but we lose a little bit by where the staples are. So I just need to narrow this down a tad. So let's grab our trimmer and narrow this down. It's very quiet all of a sudden. I wonder where Nick went. I also wonder what Nick made us for lunch, because I'm sure he already ate, but oh my gosh, it smells good. Okay, and then let's see, do we need a little bit narrower? No, just a tad. We'll just take a smidge off of this side. Just a smidge. So that's why sometimes you have to trim, and that's just, this is a true 5x7, but you lose a little bit of that width again from that center, from the center. All right, so this will go here. And again, like all of our lists, you get to decide if you're listing what goes on your list. Maybe you only want to have happy things, right? I mean, boy, it is a crazy time in our world right now, isn't it? There's a lot of stuff going on. Interest rates and gas and Ukraine and gun violence. And I mean, there's just so much going on. Which just reminded me of something. I always like to caveat this list. And actually this, the very first time we did this list, someone sent me an email and said, hey, can I make a suggestion? I said, absolutely. Well, we weren't chatting. She said, can I make a suggestion? And then she gave it. But she said, I love the idea of on a live. I love the topic. I love this idea of doing a list about what's in the news. But she said, my concern is that it could get political, and that in the chat it might get political. And she said, I know I don't want your YouTube live, your chat to get political. And she said, and I don't either. And so I said, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, because that probably would not have at the offset even hit my radar. But every time we do this list, I just like to say, there's a lot of stuff going on, and a lot of it is very political. So we just don't necessarily get into that in the chat. If you guys would respect that, I would love it. Thank you. Okay, so Terry just said, what happened with Marilyn Monroe? What was in the news? Well, Marilyn Monroe painting sold for $195 million. That was a big deal. So that is just one of the things that was on my list, and there you go. All right, so this side of the list, using the in the news stamp set. So that is what this whole stamp set was designed for, was for this list. This type of list in the news, I'm going to use this guy. The typewriter. And I'm going to use Extra Extra. Andy Warhol painting, yes. Thank you, yes. The Andy Warhol painting. All right, so I need those two. And I also need breaking news. I have used, you guys see the difference between those? Do you see how these kind of have a yellow tint to them? They're not yellowing. I used yellow ink with these stamps. So that's why you're getting that kind of weird yellow. I don't want you to think that the stamps are yellowing. All right, so when I've done this list before, now this one I'm still in the middle of, didn't quite get it finished yet, using the typewriter, and it's like the paper, the list itself is coming out of the typewriter, okay? So that's kind of that was the idea behind this design of the stamp set, is having the typewriter be the base and then things coming out of it. So that's what we're gonna start with, okay? And then we're gonna go a little bit rogue from there. So my typewriter is going to be black, and I need, oh yes, which I haven't cleaned off yet. So bear with me, guys, sorry. See now, if I know, shocker, that I use yellow. If I had If I had someone here, why can't I get Nick to stand here with me for like 4 hours? Wouldn't that be awesome? Hey, honey, you come here and, ooh, you stand here and clean my things and put them away. Yeah, no, that would not fly. That would not fly. He loves me, but not that much. All right. So I just had to get those clean before I can put those away. And now I've got yellow all over. Look a little jaundicey. Looking a little jaundicey in my fingers. All right, so let me just get these put back here. I need to come back and clean these later. See how those, because of the yellow, they look like they're yellowing. And if you're not sure what I mean there are some stamps, if it's not a really good quality photopolymer, the stamps will yellow. But those that I'm working with are not low quality, so not an issue. Doesn't really affect the stamped image, but this is kind of weird. All right, so here we go. I need this. This is, I'm going to do the typewriter. I was trying to decide, maybe I want to do, no, I'll do the black. All right, and I need to stamp this twice. Twice. And it'll make sense in a minute why I need to stamp it twice. Get that nice and inked up. But again, remember, I'm going to test it. I've used it many times before, but always good to get in that habit. Just to make sure. Well, sometimes if you get a little piece of lint or dust in your stamp, it can make an image that you don't want, right? Or it can blur, not blur. It can do this. Oh, okay, see, look at, do you see in my currently? See the C in currently? There was like a hair. I had like one of my hairs in the stamp. Do you see how there's that white like line in my stamp? So even if you know you love the stamp, even if you've stamped, I don't know if you can see that. You've stamped with it before. Ooh, always a good idea to do your test stamp because you never know what's in there. What did I just do? Oh, sorry. All right, here we go. Scrappy Matilda, what time is it for you in Sweden? Okay. There we go. So I didn't quite get enough ink down there at the bottom. That's okay. I'm not going to restamp it on the same image, but I am going to stamp another one. It'll make sense in a minute why I'm stamping two for the same list. And I'll also make sure to press down here. I might not have given it much. Okay, so 9:30, yeah, okay. 8 hours. 8 hour difference for me. Well, I guess everybody. Oh my gosh, that was silly. Yeah, I was just saying it's 1:28 my time. All right, there we go. So I have two images. Now, on this one, where you probably can't see, but I didn't quite get my ink down there. I can easily fix that if I needed to. Oh, speaking of hair, I can take my black pen and just kind of come in and fix that if I needed to. But I don't need to, but I wanted to show you that anyway. All right, where are my scissors? So what Amy did, I thought this was so cool. We had actually talked about part of this, the second part of this, in one of our lives, I don't know, a while ago. Hang on, where? Excuse my reach. Okay. So again, if we had a die, right? How awesome would that be? If we had a die for this little guy, it'd be way easier. I mean, there's not a ton of fussy cutting that needs to happen here. I mean, it's not intricate fussy cutting, but. So our list is still going to come out of the typewriter, but it's going to come out of a typewriter pocket. So we are going to make a pocket. Oh, my eyes are playing tricks on me. that looks like, it keeps looking like yellow. That was weird. We're going to make a pocket out of the typewriter, and our list is going to actually tuck into the pocket. Okay, and I need 2 of these because I need the same shape for the back side of the pocket, right? So really, I only have this for the shape. I don't really need it for anything else. I'll try to do this quick. If you guys, while I'm doing this, if you're on Facebook and you're not in the Lail by Mail Facebook group, you should be. You guys always see my lists, but I never see yours unless you post them in the Facebook group. People share awesome things. They share lists, their version of lists, some different lists, other projects they're working on. Lots of squirrel images get shared, which I love. They're so funny. But I also love it. People ask questions of each other. So, all right, there we go. That will work for my pocket. So people ask questions of each other. I think it was Marilee. Somebody posted, I think Marilee posted the other day asking about a printer and what kind of, a certain printer and a refillable ink printer or something like that. And so there were a couple of people that actually had that printer and were able to ask her questions. Someone last night sent me an email, or maybe a Facebook message, and said, I have a question about what if I want to do some stenciling on one of the Simple Stories snap binder bindings, and which ink is the best to use, and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, well, I'm the wrong one to ask. I know everything about those binders because I've used them for years and worked for Simple Stories for years. But I don't do mixed media, so I couldn't even tell you. But I said, you know what? If you're in the group, pop in the group and ask that question because I'm sure you get lots of great feedback there from someone that knows. So if you're not in the group, join the group. You just have to, on Facebook, say search for Lail by Mail on Facebook. You'll see a page and a group. Ask to be part of the group and they'll let you in. All right, so that's going to be the base of my list. Where's my, right here. So this will be over here. This will end up being my pocket. Oh, that's the back one. Golly, my eyes are really playing tricks on me. That's bizarre. And then I need to, I'm gonna try something before I do something. So I'm gonna try it before I do it. I have the library card stamp, and this came up maybe a couple months ago. Someone said, hey, does your library card stamp fit the typewriter? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I didn't design it for it to work that way. And then I did this and we're like, oh my gosh, look at that. The library card stamp fits the typewriter. So you could either stamp and then stamp that above it, or you could stamp this and then tuck it into the pocket. So that's what we're going to do. I have this preloaded on a little mini Misty. So this is a smaller version of the bigger Misty that I have, because Lily was, I'm doing a make and take for an event, the event I'm teaching at this summer for 3 Craft Chicks, and it has to do with this. So I had her stamp like 200 of these. So that's why that's on here. So I'm going to I need some more cardstock. This is another thing. When we talk about doing a bunch of pre-stamping, we've talked about doing a bunch of pre-stamping with the clip stamps. We've talked about pre-stamping now with the label stamps. I would also do a bunch of pre-stamping with these so that when you've got all your stuff out, Cindy, yes, Mini Misty, right? So that's a smaller version. When you have all of your stamping stuff out, you might as well just get a whole bunch of them done, because the next time you need to use a library card or whatever it is, you already have some done and ready to go. So that I need to, let me just cut just a 4x6 piece. That it's bigger than it needs to be, but I need 2 of these actually. So let's go 6. And 4. So this tool I'm using, if you don't know the MISTI, it stands for the most incredible stamping tool invented. MISTI, most incredible stamping tool invented. It is great for repetitive stamping. Dora, I'd say scrapbook.com. You'll find them at scrapbook.com. I don't know if I have one linked in the description of the video or not. Oh, I know where I have them linked. If you go to my website and click on favorite finds, there's an Amazon favorite finds, and then there's a scrapbook.com favorite finds, and then it's listed in my favorite finds at scrapbook.com. All right, so MISTI's designed for repetitive stamping. At least that's what I think it's designed for. Now, some people don't use it for repetitive stamping. They use it for any time they're stamping, if they're making a card or a tag or something like that. I use my larger MISTI when I am doing this list. No, you can take the things off. I just happen to have left the things on so far. When I'm doing this list, I need to restitch that or stitch it. My out the window list, because every time I'm using the same format, right? I'm using the same format. Airport code, arrow, date. So exact same stamping every time. It makes it really easy to have nice, consistent placement. I don't use my MISTI often in my traveler's notebook, unless I'm doing something like this. I'll just take the page out. This is separate white cardstock, because then I've got a flat piece of white cardstock that I can then load up into the MISTI. It's really hard to do something like this, to get your traveler's notebook in there to stamp on. But in this case, it's going to make it very easy for me. And this is what I had set up for Lily to do 200 of these cards. So it makes it super easy. Basically what you do, actually, let me talk about something for a second, because when I was getting this set up for her, she said, well, wait a minute. This was not here yet. She said, well, how do you get this where you want it over here? Like, how do you know where it should go? I'm like, oh, you do this. You take your stamp and you put it on this side. I hadn't put my little magnet down. But anyhow, now I have it exactly where I wanted it to go. So if you are doing maybe a card, or maybe you're doing a multi-layer stamping, or you've got multiple stamps, then you can kind of lay everything out here. There are separate stamps, and it's exactly where you want it to be. Your placement's exactly where you want it to be. All right, there's a magnetic platform here, under here. So this is a magnet. So it helps to hold the paper down. And then you just load up the stamp over here on this side. Oh my gosh, this stamp here has been used. Don't be scared that it's really dirty. It's just, this has been used a lot to stamp a lot of black library cards. All right, I think we are nice and inked up. So now all I do is I close and I apply even pressure. Oh, golly, my tool's downstairs. I have a little tool that basically helps to apply even pressure. I'll just use part of my hand. Okay. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I did not want ink up there. So I'm not going to turn it over because it's still going to be wet, because it's a pigment-based ink. So let's try that again. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? Hang on. That's going to take some cleaning. It's going to need to be cleaned, so I'll be right back. I'm coming. I'm going to need a clean one. because I do not have in front of me right here, even though I have that little spray bottle, I do not have what I need to clean that. So I'll use it. I'll start fresh. Boy, black. All right, this is gonna go off to the side for now. I didn't clean it yet, so that's why I was picking it up with a paper towel. I mean, not paper towel, oh goodness, a wipe. Okay, see you, Terry. Stamptabulous. So is that the same thing, Dora? Stamptabulous. Oh no, that's this. This, yes. That is a very beautiful, fancy, even pressure applier. I know there's a couple of different companies that make them. One, to be honest with you, I think it looks exactly like a air hockey thing. And I'm sure that's what somebody did. They just said, oh, hey, that's easy. We can just come out with a product that is like an air hockey, you know what I mean? Little, whatever that device is called, whatever that is. Anyhow, don't mind me. All right, let's try that again. All of that to say, yes, be careful, be cognizant of your pressure, right? I was not, got too much ink there. Well, really, you don't want any ink there, right? In that upper part. So I am going to need to get that off. Now, the other thing that happened, I gave that a lot of pressure before. So if I had not given it as much pressure, I wouldn't have that. Okay, so let's see. Oh, dang it. That's the other thing, black ink. You gotta be careful. Oh, when I was down there, I should have grabbed the wipes. Now I'm just totally talking to myself. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. These are the dry wipes. Thank you, Terry. Have a good rest of your day. All right. I've got black now all over my fingers, and so hazards of stamping sometimes. Hazards of stamping. All right. All right, there we go. There's one of my library cards, and now I need to do one more since I messed up the first one. So bear with me. Let me do one more real quick. I keep saying I really should prep a bunch of library cards ahead of time, but I haven't. Rainy day. One more thing to add to the rainy day to-do list, right? We could have a list that's rainy day. Okay, hang tight. All right, let's get our second one. And ink it up. The other nice thing about using a MISTI or a stamping platform, I think there are now maybe a couple of other companies that also make them. But one of the nice things is if you didn't quite get the impression that you wanted, like maybe I didn't quite get enough black ink down there at the bottom, well, nothing is moved. So I can stamp and then lift up. And if I'm like, oh shoot, I forgot to ink the center of the stamp, then I can lift up, re-ink, and then go again. So I don't need to do that here, but that's one of the other nice things. Now, if I am mass producing, let's say Christmas cards, right? If I'm making my own Christmas cards, this type of setup makes it super easy because I have all my cards, I stamp, pull it out, put a new one in, re-ink, stamp, so it makes it very easy to do a lot of repetitive stamping. All right, anyhow, there we go. Put this off to the side. Oh my gosh. The off to the side is, there's like off to the side from 3 weeks. That off to the side is going to have to get cleaned at some point. All right, so now, actually I'm gonna trim this one first because this one will be dry now. So I'm just trimming off that excess cardstock. I could have made that cardstock much smaller so I didn't have, you know, excess, but I didn't. There we go, there's one. Oh, did you guys hear that? Can you hear when I like hit the wire and it went twing? It reminds me of Wayne and Garth. Which one of them? The blonde guy would always go swing. I hope that's not bad. I don't know. Whoopsie. Oh, golly, Lil. Yeah, that one's not quite. They'll never know. No one's ever gonna know. All right, so, woo. A dry eraser to get the ink off, Diane. Yeah, I'll have to try that. Okay, so now, if this goes in here, this can be my pocket, and this is actually going to be, there's going to be 2 pieces that go in the pocket. So it is going to look like that. What Amy had talked about, I think in her, when she posted on Facebook, she had said that she used some foam tape or like foam squares here and here to make the depth of her pocket a little bit taller, wider, higher. But I am not going to do that. I don't want to put foam tape because it'll add dimension, and I don't generally like to have dimension in my traveler's notebook. So I am going to use, I think this is 1/8 inch double-sided tape. And because I'm only using those 2 little things, I should be able to just, they should still fit in the pocket. Put this one over here. So this is going to be enough to put the 2 pockets together and hold them nice and together, but without giving me any extra added bulk. All right, so let's see. Is that still going to work in there? Oh yeah, totally. Okay, we're good. Oh, Nicole said, I'm late today, but have you guys talked about the new distress color by Tim Holtz yet? Uncharted Mariner. It's beautiful. So Nicole, we have talked about it. I have not seen it yet because he hadn't released it when we started today. So, but yes, someone said another blue, which I was sad. I really would like a true mint. I've really been hoping for a true mint and no true mint yet. Maybe one day, right? All right, so now I'm gonna just, oh, I don't need to worry about that. All right, so there we go. That will now be a pocket, and my lists, look at that, slide right in the pocket. So what we had talked about when we first started this list, my library card, even if I don't want to make a pocket, my library card could still work with my typewriter. I would just stamp them separately and I wouldn't have, 2 different pieces. If I was going to do that, I would probably just stamp and then stamp instead of doing what we did. So there we go. I will end up coloring this in with a colored pencil, but I probably won't do that while we're together. I'll probably come back and do that after the fact. So this will go down here. And we have our 2 lists. So for our 2 lists, You have lots of different options for titles that you can do when it comes to this list. I usually do in the news, but Amy had used breaking news and extra extra, and I thought it was really cute. So I thought I'm going to use those this time. But you have this, and then week, month, year, currently, today. So it could be in the news today, in the news currently, breaking news today, in the news this month, year, week. So at the end of the year, I will do one recap list that is like in the news this year. So it'll just be a recap of the 2022, top news items or whatever it is. Okay, so let's get this ready. I'm gonna do extra extra on top. Actually, you know what I could probably do? I don't need to stamp these separately, right? I could just ink both of these up and stamp them together. So while I'm doing this, the way that this stamp set came about, it was kind of an offshoot of my About Last Month. So my About Last Month, that is the stamp, or not the stamp, the list that I do at the start of a new month, where I'm just kind of recapping what happened the prior month in my life. Well, the About Last Month list, I was also including like news things, right? Because it was about last month. It was things that were happening. But I often found that I had way more things on my list than would fit because I was trying to do personal things and then also, like headline, things that were happening in the news. So I decided, well, why don't I have a whole other, it'd be fun if we started doing a different list that was just news related. So that's how this came about, if you were ever wondering. There we go, extra, extra breaking news. Okay. This is not going to be a very colorful list now, is it? Oh well, I'll add color to the typewriter. I mean, here's the thing too. It's the news, so it doesn't need to be all, well, it doesn't need to have rainbows and butterflies because for the most part, the news is not rainbows and butterflies, huh? I know, Scrappy Matilda said, love that pocket idea. So cute. I thought so too. I mean, I thought, oh my gosh. And it's so fun for me to see how different people use the stamps or anything, right? But in particular, like I love the way that she used these stamps. I thought that was really neat. All right, so it's going to be a 2-page list. Well, a 2-pocket or 2 library card list or whatever. Because the other thing that she had done, she's like mixing and matching stamps. And I thought, oh, Amy, so smart. So it might be nice to say, oh, golly. I just threw all of these on here after last time. Just to get them back down or get them so they weren't escaping. Hang on. There we go. I need 2022 and I need May. So I can here do May 2022. I think I'm going to put that there. You also have, if you have this stamp set or get this stamp set, you also have things like details, love this happened, good things. So you could mix some of these stamps in with you're in the news. Maybe let's see what it looks like if we just stack them. Oh, I'm running out of stamp blocks that don't have stamps on them. Everything I have has stamps on them. I haven't unloaded yet. Okay, so hang on. New stamp block. Well, not new. Which reminds me, so we've talked before about cleaning your things. Oh, no, I don't want it. Well, maybe. No, I'm going to do it this way. We've talked about cleaning your things. Especially when it comes to like your MISTI or like your ink. What the heck is that called? your stamp block. Because a lot of times they get ink on them. You can use Magic Eraser. So Magic Eraser will get that right off. And actually it was fun because somebody posted in the Facebook group the other day and said, oh my gosh, I did that. What a huge difference it made. So I want to talk about something that just happened. These are losing their stick. Well, if I really push it on, but they're losing their stick. Does that ever happen with your stamps? What's happening here, your stamps are losing their stick. If you run your finger across the back of the stamp, there is all kinds of, there's like lint and dust on the back of this. So it doesn't want to stick. The problem with something not sticking is when you ink it up and then you go to stamp, sometimes that little stamp's going to fall right off. And then like that, it would have just ruined that, right? So nothing wrong with it. It's just, that's what happens. If you take, I have some rubbing alcohol in here. And I just have this in a drawer behind me at the same place I had the water. You could use water, but this is rubbing alcohol. So rubbing alcohol, and on the back of that stamp, just rub it. Get that lint or whatever it is off. Dust and lint and whatever. Okay, and then it dries. And then it will stick again, no problem. Stick to your stamping block. Also stick to your stamp sheet. So that's a super helpful little tip when that happens. Okay, so here we go, May 2022. All right, I think I'm gonna move this just a tad up because it is not as tall, see, as the May. All right, let's see how that looks. Let's see if it's straight. Oh, Bridget said, this list gives me great ideas for my Bible journaling. You know what? Bible journaling, our listing, even a lot of what we do can be turned into a scrapbook page, right? A scrapbook layout. So it all has the same foundation, right? It all has the same foundation of documenting or memory keeping. So I know a lot of you don't list. But you do other things, you've told me, and you're like, oh my gosh, I don't list, but I make scrapbook pages on a lot of these things. I don't know why I'm stamping a bunch of times, but yes, that's what I want. Oh, not yet. You can tell I haven't eaten. And so I'm losing my my faculties. My brain is not working so well right now. All right, there we go. So then this one is going to be right here. Now, there is something that is missing on purpose from my photos from here. And we're not getting political. It's something that was very present in the news for the month of May, which were mass shootings, okay? What I, this morning, decided I was going to do, and I didn't have enough time to print the photo yet. This is a 2-page list. So I will be making all of my lists of things that were in the news here. But here, I am going to specifically talk about that. And that will be private, right? That's political, non-political, whatever it is. It's something that happened in the news. And I'm going to talk about the tragedy of what happened in Uvalde and in Buffalo, and then oh my gosh, there were quite a few others, sadly enough, in the month of May. But anyhow, so that is my plan for that second page. So you won't see me do anything with that second page as we're together, other than right now I'm going to put it in here. I will, when we're together again, I will show what I did there. I'll kind of wrap all this up and show you, but then this guy will go here. So we'll kind of have like that. And they're not going to be, I mean, they're tucked in, but they won't be adhered, right? Because you'll need to be able to pull these out and read them later. Oh yeah, we need lots of color. Although it's hard when you have some very serious things happening in the news to have all the rainbows and butterflies over here, but that's okay. All right, to my list. You guys should really go see what Amy did because she colored her typewriters and it was beautiful. What she did was beautiful. So I'm saying absolutely inspired, copied, whatever it is, by what Amy did because I just thought it was so brilliant. All right, so things that are on my list. No. I am just going to use, golly, there's like 8,000 stamps here. Where is the bullet stamp? Did I put it away? Maybe. All right, guys. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, Dora. Yeah, that heartbreaking, just absolutely heartbreaking. Just, yeah, poor kids, poor anyone that was involved in that. I just can't even. Okay, so let's see. What do I want to, I know what I'll use. I'm going to use this little camera. This little camera one. I don't know if I've used this one before other than test with it. There's Amy. I'm glad you popped in. Well, yes, like I said, everyone needs to go see them in the Facebook group because it's just, I love what you did. They're just, and your coloring skills are not mine. Definitely patience. You have far more patience. All right. So the camera kind of works because in the news, whatever. All right. So if I were to, I don't know. I'm just going to be boring. We'll just use the black again. Now, let's look and see what this looks like. It's cute. Look at little camera. Oh, there goes my iPad. All right. So here we go. The first thing on my list, in no particular order at all, in the US, COVID deaths reached 1 million in the US last month. Now, this is not necessarily a feel-good type of list, right? But it's documenting, right? We document. I do the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? Because it's part of what we're experiencing. It's part of history. So, how do I word this? The leak on the Supreme Court abortion ruling. So we can do our list. None of this, I mean, it can be political, right? But none of it's political. I'm just stating what some of the things were in the news. Now, if you wanted on your list, you could expand upon this and talk about, your feelings on some of these things. The White House press secretary, Jen Psaki, left to go work at MSNBC. All right. One of our state senators, past, yeah, Orrin Hatch, passed away, and he was in the Senate for many years. So, I will continue this list. I'm going to finish it later. Did you go take a nap?
Let them up. They've had enough.
Honey, if anyone doesn't want to be here anymore, they're not here anymore. Funny. He's like, they've had enough. No. So I will finish my list later. What I'm going to do, I am going to bring in some color. So I will bring in color on the typewriter, and I will bring in color on those little cameras. Just, I'm using those cameras to separate the things that are on my list. Oh, and I forgot to do that right there. And whoopsie, I forgot to add that right there. Anyhow, I will break that up with some color. So just to talk about a couple more things that are on my list. That was, yes, the Andy Warhol painting of Marilyn Monroe sold for a record $195 million. Oh my gosh, what was that horse's name? I have it on here. Oh, Rich Strike. Rich Strike wins the Kentucky Derby, which was like a gazillion to 1 odds. This one is a photo of the U.S. women's soccer team winning. One of the things they won, I don't know what it is, but one of the things that I have on my list that was newsworthy in the month of May was that soccer players in the U.S., I don't know how this is in other places, now male and female professional soccer players will be paid the same instead of men making significantly more than the women. Monkeypox, which, hello, that's a whole new thing that is in the news, monkeypox. Tom Cruise, this movie, almost $800 million. So this is huge. I did see this morning, they're talking that maybe a third one now, because this has been so big. They're saying that this movie alone may be responsible for helping to just bring back the whole movie industry. That's Jen Psaki. Ellen, yes, Ellen had her last airing of her YouTube show. And then this was an installment at the Grand Mall in Washington, D.C., representing COVID deaths. Now, I don't think that this photo was recent for like the 1 million, but that is something they had done in the past to represent the COVID deaths. So anyhow, those are the things that are on my list. And like I said, I still have some more work to do too, because we're very black and white over here and we have color over here. So I'd like to add a little bit more color just to, make it a little bit more visually pleasing. Okay, friends, I probably have black ink spots all over my face. I'm going to flip the camera and we are going to talk about just prizes, the prize for this week, and then talk about the next couple of weeks in case you missed it at the beginning. So bear with me. Gosh, it looks like it's going to rain. I hope it does not rain tonight. That'll be sad. Okay, here we go. It's because it's an outdoor concert at the University of Utah. The stadium there that's like 60,000 outdoor. Hi, Samantha. You got us just as we're ending. Okay, we're straight. Okay, friends, so details. We will not be together on Saturday, June 25th, 2022. We will not be together on Saturday, July 2nd, 2022. So for the next 2 weekends, we won't be together. I won't be in town. But during the week of we will be together the 9th of July. And then during the week of the 11th, so a couple days later, and I don't know when yet, we haven't figured out the details because Vicky's teaching on a cruise. That week of the 11th, Vicky will be doing a Facebook Live on a Facebook Live. She does some Facebook and YouTube, but she will be doing it on her channel one night, and it'll be the Vicky Lail Show. And then probably the next night, we will be doing it on my channel, and it'll be the Lail Vicky Show. So we will be working together. She'll be listing with us, and I don't know, oh my gosh, help me, I'll be doing mixed media with her, which if you know me, that's not my thing, but she's going to teach me. I said, Vicky, if you give me a private lesson, I will learn. So that is sometime the week of July 11th. So just kind of stay tuned for that. But we won't be together the next 2 weekends. Oh yes, prize. So prize for this week, the giveaway is here we go. One of my brand new stamp sets. These just started shipping yesterday, 4 brand new stamp sets. So if you haven't seen them, go to the website. This is called Swatch This Washi. So this stamp set, if you would like to participate in that giveaway, all you need to do is leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not here in the chat. When the video is over, go leave a comment on the video and tell me something you're looking forward to this summer, something that was on your obsolete list, even if you weren't listing with us. You probably mentally went, oh yeah, that's right, phone booths are obsolete, whatever it is. Or just pop in and say hi. When we are together again on the 9th of July, that morning, I will draw one random lucky winner, and that random lucky winner will win that stamp set. Okay, friends, everyone, we won't be together for 2 weeks, so we'll be together again on the 9th. I know, summer's hard. Summer's hard. I think Nick and I are making up for lost time when it comes to traveling. So But don't worry. I know some of you get worried about this. When we go out of town, our house is not left unoccupied. Sam comes and is here. So, don't get any bright ideas about, all the weird people, bad people out there. I mean, not that they're here, but you know what I mean. Like the trolls too. Anyhow, I will see you guys, hopefully on July 9th. Some of you I may see before then. This Monday night, we have the Traveler's Notebook class. So if you purchase that kit, that's Monday night. And then I think the following week, Monday or Tuesday, I don't remember, is the August setup for the summer July setup for the summer Traveler's Notebook kit. And then I need to schedule class for this one. I have not scheduled class for this one yet. I don't think. This guy. Because this guy also started shipping. It's very chunky. This guy also started shipping on yesterday. Okay, friends. So, lots of stuff coming up, but a few weekends where we won't be together. Just kind of be mindful of that. Stay safe. Stay healthy, have fun, and I will hope to see you guys either in 2 weeks on the 9th. Gosh, that seems like it's going to be forever away. 3 weeks. I don't know, whatever. However long it is, I'll hope to either see you on the 9th. Oh my gosh, I need to eat. I've lost all, I don't know, whatever it is I've lost. I hope to see you on the 9th. If I don't see you on the 9th, then I hope to see you around the interwebs or in the Facebook group or whatever. Okay, real quick, let me look. Okay. Judith, email me. Email me and I'll send you the link. It's called Stamp Tabulous. It's my friend Angie's sister that makes them. I don't know where it went. Anyhow, email me and I'll tell you. Okay, friends, everyone, goodbye. Thanks for joining me today. I sure missed you, and I know I'm going to miss you now even more because we won't be together for a couple weeks, but we'll make up for it the week of the 11th when Vicky's here. You'll get us twice. And if you don't know Vicky, you're in for a treat. And if you haven't had me and Vicky together, oh my gosh, just be prepared. Make sure you're caught up on your sleep because it's going to be crazy. Okay, friends, bye.